Complementary and Integrative Medicine, TCIM. Then we'll talk about progress made in research on traditional complementary and integrative medicine that was achieved in Asia. Then we'll do research progress in Europe and Africa. Then those in North America. That's the fourth panel. So we have keynote speeches. The first one will be on experiences of research and spirituality and health, a dialogue with traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines. And then we'll talk on whole medical systems and research of methodologies in healthcare centers. In healthcare, sorry. And then we'll talk about Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine, Progress Made in Central and South America. Uh, Then we'll have the panel on that area. We'll talk about research, networks, and consortia. To finish, we'll have the world perspective of research. Then to start, we'll go to our first panel, general program or general outlook of research on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. We have three lectures for our outlook. They're very important. First of all, we have Veronica Abdallah. She is Service Manager of Information Services in the Latin American and Caribbean Center for Information on Health Sciences, Irene Pajo, WHO. Then she will be followed by Dr. Ursula Wolf. She was a professor at the medical faculty and director of complementary and integrative medicine at the University of Bern, Switzerland. She's also the chair of the International Society for Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine Research,
Integrative Medicine Research,
ISCMR. Then we'll have Dr. Lisa Susan Wieland from the United States. She is professor at the School of Medicine at the University of Maryland in Cochrane, associate professor. She is assistant professor at the Center for Integrative Medicine, University of Maryland School of Medicine. She's also co-director of Cochrane Complementary Medicine Field, and she's an epidemiologist. So we'll get started with Dr. Veronica Abdallah. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. It's an honor for me, excuse me. I'll have to start speaking Spanish now. I'm thrilled about being with a group so rich with ideas, professionalism, commitment with the TCIM area, and not only in the Americas, but all over the world, particularly in the region of the Americas where we work too. I'd like to share my presentation with you. I'm going to speak a little bit about the outlook of scientific publications and the work we have done in building the virtual library on health and the database that records this content, particularly publications from the Americas. I'm a bibliotecologist, a librarian. I'm honored of participating in this beautiful network of TCIM Americas. I collaborate at VIREME, an international center that manages and promotes access to scientific knowledge and health in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a specialized center at Pajo. All the work we are presenting today on behalf of this network, TCIM Americas, started with a seed planted, and then the fruits were harvested at a meeting in Nicaragua in July 2017. At the opening of this summit, we had the great participation of Socorro Gross. She is the representative of PAHO WHO in Brazil now. Then she was representative in Nicaragua, and she promoted this regional meeting to go ahead towards universal health and the contributions of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. I presented a proposal to build virtual library and health to promote, organize, identify, map, and manage information produced on this topic. The proposal was accepted at the beginning. Uh, it would be only for Nicaragua, but it was accepted by several people. You can see here around the table, many of those who are at this summit are here too. So that's how this network was born. This was a task group that took this proposal for the region. So we started to debate on how to build this library. The rationale I had for this meeting to build this library was how the content was distributed. The scientific and technical literature in the area was distributed and represented in some international databases such as Merlin, Lilex, Latin American, Caribbean information on health sciences, and also in the Subulis database that belongs to WHO. So based upon a search that I made, it was not so deep, actually. It was a simple search, and I found 160,000 articles and documents on this topic on these three databases. And I did this search in May 2017. I did some infometrics with a collaboration of the BIRAMA team to show the distribution where publications were concentrated in some areas, what journals, what were the countries that were publishing, distribution by date, by year, publication. And we even got to the documents themselves. And this is how we see that in the region where we act, BIREME, in Latin America and the Caribbean, didn't have much representation on this topic, but there was a lot of information anyhow. Um, Information was more concentrated in the United States, the United Kingdom, China, as you can see in the first plot we are showing you. So you can see how this infometrics goes about in this sample of 160,000 documents. You can see some countries in the Latin American and Caribbean region and the amount of records in this group. Um, Without too much analysis, we thought that it did not represent the scientific knowledge and information that exists in these countries, and that it was necessary, and also there was education. Um, so we needed a virtual library devoted to this area to organize and highlight all this information in the area. This is the number of records in this group of 160,000 records or publications. Since the proposal was accepted not only based on this rationale, uh, but also on some other ideas that were presented at this meeting, we got aligned with the strategy of the WHO on traditional medicine strategy for 2002, 2005, and 2014, 2023. So we were very well aligned at our birth. With that, we had lots of success, and we were lucky to have a very devoted group that was interested and dedicated to this topic. Thanks to this task force, we were able to launch this virtual library on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in the first International Congress on integrative and complementary practices in public health. This was in March 2018 in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. Therese Etienne, our director at PAHO, launched the library in a summit, as this summit, and that was a success. So this library, BVS, is still working. We have 4 years of work now with lots of results. Really, this network exploded in the good sense. Lots of work, lots of products, great collaboration, and we've worked to promote visibility, access, use, and generation of scientific knowledge, scientific content also technical and health knowledge. All this knowledge has to be used and applied to integrate um, TCIMs in healthcare services in the Americas. We have 17 countries in our collaboration network, and they are all making searches. They are all working towards this objective. Here you can see the first page of the virtual library on health. You have the website address there. You can Google it up and you'll find the information. We have had lots of events, workshops, webinars, our summit, as you see here, and all the material that is produced uh, also feeds contents and collections of the virtual library on health. So we generate content, and this content is stored and recorded in the BVS MTCI. Remember, we started with the first group of 160,000 documents. That was our first universe. But now we made a new search. It was much more complete and represented all the topic. So we imported um, and updated a lot of material from different databases. We extracted information, and now we have more than 1.5 million bibliographic records in the BBS MTIC. It is topically organized. It shows information for each one of these topics with this topical structure, so you can browse it and filter your searches according to the topics here. For example, today our collection has several databases. They are actually extractions of international databases like Medline and many others for this subject. And this is a new database of the network that records the Americas information. And it complements the information that was not represented in the existing databases before we proposed to build the BBS MTCI. So Mosaico, our database on MTCI, broadened the information on this. We did a panel on things that were not in Medline, for example, and we complemented them. So we have a number of criteria. There is a network of collaborators that seeks for this information and maps it. Our database has almost 2,000 documents now. There are many more to record. We have not compiled all the existing information or all the literature that has been published in the Americas, particularly Latin America and the Caribbean. However, we are making progress. We have records and articles that we entered from 50 journals that were totally lost because they are not indexed in a database. If they don't have a complete text, if they are not in the internet, it is as if knowledge did not exist. So it's fundamental to give this access in this way. If we make a search uh, with the new numbers, as you can see in the yellow square or yellow box, you can find a number of records from each country. So you can look for these documents and also in other databases, and our virtual library gathers much more information of Latin American and Caribbean countries, which before the BVS was not visible and organized in a library space such as this one. And you see more significant numbers now. We still have to work because we have not reached the entire coverage. We have lots of challenges, but we also consider them as opportunities to reach our objective of broad and open access to information on evidence in the area. We want all of you to use this information, this scientific knowledge for your decision making and formulating your policies, organizing healthcare systems and services. And therefore, we have to work a lot in developing capacities for research on TCIM. We need to promote new research. We need to make the results of these research pieces be represented in scientific publications. We have to try and respond that there is evidence in TCIM that um, scientific evidence has quality, that we do have challenges to work with quote unquote gold pattern of scientific studies. Uh, Also on controlled clinical trials, etc. So lots of things on research methodology, but traditional knowledge can generate scientific knowledge and be um, acknowledged as it merits. And we need to implement this. It's not just talking, we have to work towards this, of course. And I think this network has this commitment to do so. And
la producción del conocimiento científico, principalmente
production of scientific knowledge as from traditional medicine is shown here. Islandia de Carvalho makes beautiful work. She comes from Fiocruz in Brazil, and she works a lot on research of traditional medicine. And she wants to give a practical sense to scientific evidence. How can we get this knowledge past, this wisdom, this, this knowledge and context, population, culture, traditions as source of information, classical source of information that goes to international journals. We have a lot to do with in this scenario. Veronica, you have to start finishing. Yeah, this is my last one. If scientific evidence is global, we should not forget that its use is always local. We should not forget that. Why do we have scientific knowledge? That's fundamental. Thank you very much to all the team of this wonderful network and all my team of Bireme. A big hug to you all. Thank you very much, Veronica, for your beautiful work that has helped all the region in the Americas and particularly Brazil. We have worked a lot together too. Thank you very much. we have questions and answers at the end of this panel. Now we will go to Dr. Ursula Wolf.
Doutora Úrsula Wolf, como já falei, não, em inglês, desculpa. Doutora Ursula Wolf from Switzerland, I'd like to introduce again I'd like to thanks Dr. Ursula. Welcome to here. It's very important that the ISCMR could be presented, because in that of research, it's a very important institution that gathers. Welcome.
Ricardo, I didn't hear you in the end, but I assume that you have finished since your lips are not moving anymore. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I hope that you can hear me well. My name is Ursula Wolf, and I am the president of the International Society for Traditional, Complementary and Integrative Medicine Research. I am also the director of the Institute of Complementary and Integrative Medicine at the University of Bern. And I'd like to thank the organizers for having invited me so that I can speak about the approach of the International Society for Traditional, Complementary and Integrative Medicine Research, or in short, ISCMR. We know that traditional, complementary and integrative medicine, I will call it TCIM, is widespread around the globe. But it is also important to know that the terms are different depending on the geographic region. For example, complementary and integrative medicine is used, for example, in Europe and North America, whereas traditional medicine is used, for example, in Asia, Africa, and Persia. And then we have traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine used, for example, in Latin America. It is very important to know that the terms are different so that we can really have a mutual understanding with whomever we speak. And there are many TCIM methods, but there is one common ground in the concepts, and that is that in TCIM, it is about the whole person healing and about the whole system research, healthcare. Towards the appreciation of TCIM, that can be quite diverse. We know that in many countries, TCIM is appreciated very much by the population. We have countries, and depending also on the medical indication, where we have an incidence of the use of about 90%. In contrast to that, often legal authorities are more reluctant towards TCIM. And of course, that depends on the country and also the cultural background. What we also often see are the prejudice. People who are working in TCIM, they know what I am talking about. And unfortunately, these prejudices are mostly based on too little knowledge on TCIM, and particular knowledge about evidence and research in TCIM. And although we already have a considerable body of research in TCIM, we need to enhance the body of research, but in both, in conventional and in traditional complementary and integrative medicine. Some factors promoting the acceptance of TCIM are that is an ineffective therapy. So if we have patients who are satisfied and physicians, referring physicians who are also certified, that will help promote the acceptance of TCIM. And also, we have to have the dialogues and par among all healthcare stakeholders. But very important is the research, and I mean a high quality research. And that means that we have a sound methodology, but we also need to acknowledge that all study designs contribute to the knowledge increase. And yes, we have to observe the evidence-based medicine, but please remember that evidence-based medicine means a triad. It means the integration of the best available evidence and the clinician's expertise, and then the patient's values. And also, please keep in mind, a good case report may be better than a poor RCT. So key factors for high quality research are, among others, we need expertise. We need the networking. We need to find our peers. And we need to share experience, knowledge, and ideas. And we need a mutual support. And of course, we also need funding. So as far as the expertise, networking, finding peers, sharing experience, knowledge, and ideas, and the mutual support are concerned, these demands are met exactly by the International Society for Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine, or in short, ISCMR. ISCMR is a highly international, multidisciplinary scientific organization, and it provides a platform for knowledge and information exchange of this research to enhance the international communication and collaboration and to foster research within TCIM. So the goals of ISCMR are to enhance communication and build collegial relations among researchers and practitioners interested in TCIM research on a worldwide basis, provide a voice in understanding the scope of the field of TCIM and promoting excellence in its research, and to provide and promote forums for presentation of peer-reviewed original TCIM research. We also provide and promote forums to develop knowledge in research methods and methodology relevant to the purpose of ISCMR. And we collaborate with regional societies and professional organizations to further mutual goals. Also to form relationships with peer-reviewed journals in the field of TCIM, and to engage in other activities consistent with the purpose of ISCMR. Just a bit of history. You see, ISCMR was already founded in 2004, and there were several people who were interested in TCIM, and they were discussing how to proceed. And then ISCMR was founded with the first president, Maya Verhoef, and George Lewis from the UK as the president-elect, and Zara Warber from the US as the secretary, and Susie Zick as the treasurer, also from the US. Nowadays, the structure is that we have an executive committee. My name is Ursula Wolf, I'm the president. Holger Kramer is the president-elect. Nadine Ijas is the secretary, and Judy Fullard-Baksh is the treasurer. And then we have other people in the board of directors. We have someone from the UK, someone from Hong Kong, someone from Australia, Canada, Korea, and again Canada. So you can see we really have a highly international board of directors. And that is important if we really want to advance research in TCIM on an international level. So what we do in ISCMR, if we cannot meet on site, is that we promote research and we enable to find follow researchers. So we have here a database where you can type in a search term or you can type in a research topic, or you can also look for persons. And once you have, for example, typed in a research topic and you want to know, who is also working on this, you can also pre-select it to a country. You can also even give a distance of your point where you live. And then you get all the members of ISCMR who are also working in this field. And this enables to find your fellow researchers and to foster collaboration. The members can also find many useful information on the ISCMR website. For example, where can I publish my research? Or you can find educational lectures in form of podcasts. You can also find information research on funding. We also have something for graduate students, and then you can find information on the research training. And of course, the research training postings are also on this website. So you can find a lot of useful information, and also for young researchers. And I also want to point out that ISCMR has partnered with 2 journals in the field of TCIM, and that is the BMC Complementary and Alternative Medicine, and the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine, where members get reduced fees. Another feature that we have in ISCMR in promoting research is that we have awards. We have a scientific article prize, which is giving away for a peer-reviewed publication. We have the Dr. Druid Lewis Poster Prize, who is awarded to a person at a conference for a respective poster. And we have the Dr. Maya Verhoff Research Method Lectureship. So that is a lecture really focused on research methodology. And with pleasure, I will show you the last Scientific Article Prize awardee. This was Dr. Haidari, and he was awarded with the article prize for his paper Efficacy on Cinnamon in Patients with Type 2 Diabetes Mellitus, a randomized controlled clinical trial, and that was published in Clinical Nutrition. We also promote research in activities in ISCMR with so-called regional chapters of ISCMR and special interest groups. So regional chapters represent members within a geographic region. They may be organized and chartered in any region of sufficient professional activity. And the purpose and goal of the chapter is, of course, to actively pursue the purpose of ISCMR, but adapted to the specific needs in the chapter region, because the specific needs may vary depending on the geographic region around the globe. And then we have special interest groups, and we have these within ISCMR, and you can even have them within ISCMR chapters. And these subgroups share an interest in a particular research-related topic, and everyone who wants to connect and collaborate on these research-related projects can join in these special interest groups. In the following slides, I just want to show you some of our regional chapters. First, I want to name the Canadian chapter of ISCMR, which is also called INCAM. And that is just a screenshot of the website where you can see their activities. They provide funding for research. They also have awards, poster prizes, and they have also events and conferences and workshops. Then we have the China chapter within ISCMR, and also they are quite active. They also do meetings, and once they do a meeting, they also put a report on the website, which is accessible for all the ISCMR members. We also have an Iranian chapter that also has a board of directors. And we have a Brazil chapter, where one member of the board of directors is Ricardo Gelman. He is also in this meeting, and also I have seen Caio. So hello to both of you. So we have this Brazil chapter, and we have a South Korea chapter coming soon. In Iskemar, yes, we interact, because interaction is so important when doing research. We have a newsflash, and here I want to point out, this is issued several times a year, and I just want to point out that the newsflash, that is open to everyone. You just have to subscribe. You can go to the Iskemar website and just sign up for the newsflash. And so let's say if you are a bit reluctant, oh, should I join, should I not join? Why don't just subscribe to the newsflash, and then you get all this information. Another way to interact in Iskemar, that is that we have regular meetings for the board of directors. We have this usually every 2 months, where we then discuss important topics, like, for example, the congresses. I will come to the congresses a bit later, and then the websites, nominations, and so on. And I'm very happy as the president of Iskemar to have really very knowledgeable and also very nice people on the board of directors. So usually when we have this meeting, it is we really have to work, but it's always a joy, because people really want to work together and put really the subject at hand really in the middle of the discussion. And that is really, it's not always like this, but we have it really in a very nice way within Iskemar. And then, of course, a very important thing when you're doing research, congresses. And Iskemar is partnering with congresses. For example, we have the upcoming European Congress for Integrative Medicine, and it is called European, but I want to point out it is open to everyone who wants to contribute with his or her research results or research questions. And this European Congress for Integrative Medicine will be held in London. We also partner with the International Congress on Integrative Medicine and Health, which is planned to be held in 2022 in Phoenix, Arizona. And Iskemar members, they obtain a discount at all Iskemar partnered congresses and workshops. So, being the Iskemar, what we are highly international. We are the research society within the TCIM community. We have a strong emphasis on networking. We give mutual support, and we promote young researchers. And with this, I want to end my presentation. I would like to thank you for listening to this presentation. I also want to point out and invite that Iskemar gladly welcomes new research members. And I also want to point out, if you're thinking, oh, there is a member fee and I don't know whether I can pay this member fee, we have member fees categories depending on the country. So paying the member fee should not be an issue. And again, I thank you and thanks.
Thank you very much, Ursula, to bring that international collaboration. And please keep to the final of the panel, final moments, because we had some questions to discuss. Thank you very much. And we are very honored to be part of the Iskemar as Brazilian chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we move to the speech of Dr. Lisa Susan Wieland from United States as assistant professor of the Center for Integrative Medicine of University of Maryland, School of Medicine, co-director of the Cochrane Complementary Medicine field, and the co-director of the University of Maryland affiliate of the Cochrane US network. welcome Dr. Elisa Susan Wieland to our second summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so let's make sure. Okay, so yes, my name is Susan Wieland. I'm co-director of Cochrane Complementary Medicine field, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to come and talk about our role in conducting, supporting, and disseminating systematic reviews on complementary medicine. And I'm going to be using the term CAM in this presentation, but by that I should be understood that I mean traditional, complementary, alternative, and integrative medicine. We use CAM for short. So in order to explain who we are and what we do, I'm going to talk first about systematic reviews and then briefly about Cochrane, and then I'll give you some examples of our activities in supporting high quality systematic review, research, and methodology. So you may know that in the traditional hierarchy of the evidence component of evidence-based medicine, the randomized controlled trial is considered the best test of the effectiveness of an intervention. However, there is one form of evidence that is even more compelling as a source of information on the potential benefits or harms of an intervention: the systematic review of randomized controlled trials. And what is a systematic review? It may be defined as a summary of evidence that begins with a clearly formulated research question and uses systematic and explicit methods to identify, select, and critically appraise relevant research, and to collect and analyze data from the studies that are included in the review. So as you can suspect from the picture here, statistical methods, meta-analysis, may or may not be used to analyze and summarize the numerical results of the included studies. So meta-analyses are a statistical tool. Systematic reviews is what we call the entire process. So what are the benefits of a systematic review? Larger sample sizes from more studies allows more precise estimate of an effect if you're carrying out a meta-analysis. But even in the absence of a meta-analysis, collecting multiple trials on an intervention allows observation of estimates of effect extending beyond any single trial. This speaks to replicability, generalizability across different regimens, patient populations, and treatment settings, and it allows generation of hypotheses when differences between trials are observed. So the Cochrane collaboration has been one of the earliest organizations to lead production of systematic reviews. It's an international organization established in 1993 and headquartered in England, but comprised of over 30,000 people, many of them volunteers, in over 100 countries. The aim of Cochrane is to help people make well-informed decisions about healthcare by preparing, maintaining, and promoting access to systematic reviews of the effects of healthcare interventions. And I'll just note, that Cochrane is inspired by and named after an actual person, Archie Cochrane. He's a British physician who was famous for saying, "It is surely a great criticism of our profession," meaning medicine, "that we have not organized a critical summary by specialty or subspecialty, adapted periodically, of all relevant randomized controlled trials." So this is essentially what Cochrane has done. All Cochrane products are published online in the Cochrane Library, which is a Wiley product available by subscription, free in some parts of the world. The library contains several databases. I will describe two. The primary database of importance is the Cochrane Database of Systematic Reviews, or CDSR for short. This contains all of the published Cochrane reviews, protocols for Cochrane reviews, editorials, and occasional supplements. There are currently more than 8,500 systematic reviews completed and more than 2,400 protocols, reviews in progress, that are available in this database. And approximately 10% are related to traditional, complementary, alternative, or integrative medicine, depending on how the category is understood. Another important database is the Cochrane Central Register of Controlled Trials, or CENTRAL for short. This database is searchable. It contains nearly 2 million records of controlled trials in humans, which may be relevant for inclusion in systematic reviews. So it's designed to complement the activities of Cochrane in producing systematic reviews. So Cochrane reviews are often considered to be the gold standard of systematic reviews and to be an even more sort of trustworthy source of evidence than other systematic reviews and their meta-analyses. And why might this be so? Well, not every Cochrane review is perfect, but in general, they're of high quality because they require a clearly formulated question included in preparation and publication of a peer-reviewed protocol. So they're included in the Cochrane database of systematic reviews. They use explicit and transparent methods, including exhaustive searching of the foreign language and gray literature, which is especially important for CAM reviews. Cochrane has strict rules on financial conflicts of interest and doesn't allow Cochrane groups or reviews to accept funding from commercial organizations such as pharmaceutical companies. And all Cochrane reviews are intended to be regularly updated as new evidence becomes available. So they're living documents rather than static publications. All of the details of Cochrane methodological standards are set out in the Cochrane Handbook for Systematic Reviews of Interventions, which was published as second edition hardcover in 2019 and is also available to browse online. And many Cochrane, non-Cochrane reviews will also follow some or all of these standards. So to explain how we work within Cochrane, I need to explain briefly how Cochrane is organized. Cochrane has a governance structure with a CEO, an editor-in-chief, and a governing board. There's a small number of paid staff, primarily in the UK. But the work of Cochrane is done by people often funded by academic organizations, governments, or nonprofits who belong to 5 different types of groups, which have different functions within Cochrane. So for our purposes, I will just talk about review groups and fields. So Cochrane has 52 what are called review groups. Each one is based on a particular health problem or body system. And these review groups are grouped into 8 networks that coordinate the activities of a set of related review groups. So the logos here are from the networks. For example, Cochrane Cancer on the upper left has 6 review groups: breast cancer, childhood cancer, gynecological neuro-oncology and orphan cancer, hematology, lung cancer, and urology. And so these review groups are scattered all over the world, led by different people, and they've arisen at different times. The role of the Cochrane Review Group is essentially to produce a Cochrane review. So they decide what topic they will take on. They oversee the peer review and publication process. And it can take quite a long time. It's a very detailed and methods intense endeavor. So Cochrane also has what are called fields. There are 13 different Cochrane fields based on patient populations, types of interventions, or types of healthcare settings or providers. So all of these factors relate to multiple health conditions and thus cross different Cochrane review groups, and people in fields will therefore work with multiple review groups. The role of a Cochrane field is to promote the quality, quantity, dissemination, accessibility, applicability, and impact of Cochrane systematic reviews for stakeholders in the field's area of expertise. So as you may suspect, Cochrane Complementary Medicine is a field. We were established in 1996 by Dr. Brian Berman at the Center for Integrative Medicine, University of Maryland. So we were founded only a few years after Cochrane itself. We have been and continue to be funded by the US NIH National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. Because we are a field, we do not control the production of Cochrane reviews in the way that a Cochrane review group does. Rather, our role is to promote and disseminate Cochrane reviews on complementary medicine by linking Cochrane, on the one hand, to clinical research, public and policy stakeholders, on the other hand, in the area of CAM. So here's our website. And here is the address for the website. Here you can find out more information about our activities and how to contact us. So different Cochrane fields carry out different activities depending on what they judge is most needed in their area of relevance, and depending on how much staff and funding they might have. So I will show some examples of the ways in which we support the preparation and dissemination of systematic reviews on complementary medicine in 5 different areas. The first area is very straightforward. We support the conduct of systematic reviews, primarily Cochrane systematic reviews. As part of supporting this conduct, we work to identify complementary medicine topics that patients, clinicians, and researchers consider important. For example, in 2018, we carried out an international priority setting exercise on the questions that people have regarding mind-body therapies for specific types of chronic pain. And as you can see, we found that acupuncture or acupressure, the column to the far left, was one of the most relevant questions. Yoga on the far right was also a relevant question, but a Cochrane review on that already existed. For acupuncture, Cochrane had not yet carried out a review focused in this area. So we communicated this need to the Cochrane Back and Review Group, which is based in Canada, and we provided some support to the review. In late 2020, a Cochrane review on acupuncture for chronic non-specific low back pain was published. We also look at older Cochrane reviews to see whether there's new evidence and the review should be updated. Remember, Cochrane reviews are intended to be updated as long as there is additional evidence and the question is not yet fully answered. So in this case, we partnered with the University of Ottawa to screen several Cochrane reviews to see whether they required updating. And one of the reviews requiring updating was the 2009 review of ginkgo biloba for cognitive impairment and dementia. So in this case, we contacted the Cochrane Dementia and Cognitive Impairment Group, which is based in Oxford. Because the original review was over a decade old, we needed to prepare and publish a new protocol for a completely new review. So this is the publication of the protocol, which is in the Cochrane Library, and the review is now ongoing. So as you may suspect from the previous page where we were authors on this protocol, we sometimes support Cochrane reviews by contributing our work as authors. So here are a couple of recent reviews where we have participated. We are currently lead or contact authors for 2 Cochrane protocols in peer review, 1 Cochrane review update in peer review, and 2 new Cochrane reviews that are ongoing, including ginkgo biloba. In some cases where we think a topic is interesting and important, but Cochrane does not have the capacity to carry out the review, we may use Cochrane methods and lead non-Cochrane reviews. So here is an example from the COVID-19 pandemic where there was a lot of interest in elderberry. And here's a review that we conducted and published in BMC Complementary Medicine and Therapies. So we also contribute to systematic reviews by finding peer reviewers with CAM expertise for Cochrane peer review of protocols and reviews. And finally, we do provide some financial support. We have an annual bursary competition, providing up to $5,000 to review teams needing funds to complete a CAM-related Cochrane review. And here are examples of 3 Cochrane reviews that were published with this support. A second method of support for complementary medicine research is that we collaborate with researchers around the world to identify trials that are not in Medline or Embase and can contribute them to Central, which is the database I mentioned earlier, of controlled trials. So the database currently has over 100,000 references to CAM-related controlled trials. It's part of Central and it serves as a resource for systematic reviews, both Cochrane and non-Cochrane, in the area of CAM. So here's a paper describing our methods. The previous slide is one example of methodological research. We also carry out overviews and assessments of Cochrane reviews in some CAM areas such as TCM or probiotics, and of Cochrane and non-Cochrane reviews on some CAM topics such as yoga. So here's our most recent publication in this area, an overview of systematic reviews on yoga. So this is another way in which we advance the methods of CAM research. And I'll also mention that we are currently funded by the US Office of Dietary Supplements to advance a reporting guideline for randomized controlled trials of dietary supplements. A fourth way in which we support complementary medicine research is we provide training. We help CAM researchers and clinicians understand and interpret Cochrane reviews. And we also wish to guide CAM researchers in using the best methods for conducting CAM research, both Cochrane and non-Cochrane. So we do this in many different ways. We teach medical students, we have webinars, we have workshops. We presented a workshop at the Society for Acupuncture Research last month. And we also have standalone workshops, invited presentations, and we host an entire page on our website related to research resources. So last of all, we disseminate Cochrane evidence. So because the production of evidence is only the beginning of getting this evidence into use, we summarize and disseminate Cochrane reviews and related review evidence. And we have different methods to disseminate evidence to different audiences. So here, one example is journal columns summarizing reviews. And we have examples from the journal Explore and the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine. And we're always interested in additional journals and finding people who would like to write summaries or commentaries. We also produce something called a blog shot. This is a very brief summary of a Cochrane review with a photo. And in the upper left, you can see an example summarizing a Cochrane review on coenzyme Q10 for heart failure. And we use social media, including Facebook and Twitter, to disseminate the blog shots and other relevant information to multiple audiences. And last of all, we have a regular newsletter that goes out 4 times a year to anyone who's interested in Cochrane-related evidence on complementary medicine. So here are 2 screenshots from our newsletter in January 2021. As you can see, we announce our news, including the people who received funding for Cochrane reviews. We promote priority setting and other projects, and we include blog shots and other interesting information. So this has been a very quick summary of our many activities. I could go on for quite some time, but I think the organizers would prefer I don't. So I hope this brief overview of Cochrane and the Cochrane complementary medicine field was interesting, and that you will check out our website and see more about our activities. You can also sign up for our newsletter by going to the Get Involved tab on our website. We are always looking for collaborators around the world and hoping and wishing to support the production and dissemination of systematic review evidence on complementary medicine that can be relevant and useful to everyone. So I'd like to acknowledge our funder, National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lisa, Susan. It was an splendid presentation, and we hope that after this Congress, you can collaborate more internationally. Thank you.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Now we will start our last presentation of that first panel with Dra. Maria José Dávila Rodrigues from Brazil. Dra. Maria José, she's Latin America customer consultant for life science solution in Elsevier Scientific Research Business Unit. She's doctor in chemistry from the Federal University of São Carlos, and in the experience in computational chemistry for drug design. So thank you very much, Maria José, from the Latin America de la Revista Elsevier in base, to join us. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Ricardo, for your welcoming. And now I'm going to switch into Spanish. Es un placer para mí.
It's a pleasure for me to be here this morning participating in this panel with the people who very well represent the area, such as Dr. Wolf and Dr. Wieland, and also Ricardo, and Caio. So in the following minutes, I will give you a quick overview about the different publications and trends for this area of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. Before starting, I'd like to remind you that Elsevier is a leader industry on analytical information. Our mission is helping researchers and healthcare professionals to progress both in science and in improving health to benefit society. We started some collaborations in 2020, and we did that more specifically with CAPSIN. CAPSIN, the idea is to provide forums to provide the Latin American audience with different actions being taken so as to foster the good use and management of information regarding research on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. We have this image that shows our last webinar in that we did together. We'll start first, and I'll show you some presentations on development, research, and trends in the area. This was from 2011 to 2020. For this analysis, we have available data, and Cyval is one of our solutions that is actually designed to carry out this kind of analysis. Cyval uses keywords for our searches on traditional and complementary medicine or integrative medicine or traditional medicine. We find more than 150 topics that are specific to this area. These 150 topics are grouped in 69 clusters of these topics. These clusters is, you can see, is a larger set of information, and not all of them are focused on TCIMs, but among the most representatives, we have the following: complementary therapies, homeopathy in patients, also acupuncture, acupuncture points, acupuncture therapy. We also have rehabilitation, depression in patients, mental health, psychiatry, and depression. We have research, meta-analysis as a topic, and the development of guidelines, and medicinal plants, and ethnobotany. This morning, I'll focus on the first cluster, the one that gathers most of the specific information in the area. As we would expect, this cluster is much more focused on medical research. This cluster groups 73 individual topics, such as complementary and alternative medicine, body and mind therapies, also integrative oncology, and also homeopathy and acupuncture. If we take a look at the detail, the number of publications in the area grouped in this cluster all over the world is around 4,748 papers and other bibliographic sources. The countries that published the most on this cluster were the United States, China, India, Australia, Germany, and the UK. If we look in the region in detail, the countries that published the most in North America are the United States, as I mentioned before, but also Canada, Mexico, Cuba, and Puerto Rico. Here in South America, we have Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, Chile, and Peru. If we take a look at the impacts of citations, we see for this topic that it's approximately 15% under the impact expected for the area. But all these trends are changing. I'd like to highlight this through this slide. This is a map of words by relevance, and this is also from 2011 to 2020. We can have two different information inputs. If we take a look at the size of the phrase, we will see how relevant it is. Thus, the use of complementary and alternative medicine or alternative medicine were very relevant in the universe of more than 14,000 publications. But if we take a look at the colors, blue is keywords, and these are phrases that are decreasing. Gray are the ones that are stable, and green are the ones that are increasing in their number of publications. So the trends from 2011 to 2020 shows that keywords such as alternative medicine and complementary and alternative medicine had a fall. Meanwhile, using words such as or phrases such as integrative medicine, integrative oncology, traditional medicine, and systematic review related to this are growing. Other keywords that have increased in their publications are, for example, Ayurvedic medicine, herbaceous agents, among others, all of them related to different TCIM practices. If we take a look to some specific topics that I found relevant and appropriate to present this morning, we can see that we have the use of mind-body therapies. Among the most relevant publications on this topic, we have different articles that have been presented in this slide here. Three are systematic reviews. We see how important it is, this kind of publication is, and their impact, as Lisa showed a few minutes ago. Systematic reviews are key to present appropriate information to promote evidence-based medicine. And as we would expect, this kind of publication with this topic has the impact expected for the area. Another topic has to do with quality of healthcare and also its perception. We see that among the most representative publications in the area, there are different guidelines, different reports on its status and future development maps. Despite the fact that we have just a few publications in this cluster, they have greater impact than expected. This shows how important it is to have protocols, guidelines, all this part regarding how to implement traditional medicine. And we need to have them well regulated. We also have holistic treatments and disease treatment. We also have representative examples of publications in the area. These, on the contrary, have a lesser impact than expected. This can be due to the fact of of stronger evidence to be able to transfer these research results to treatments with patients. As different panelists before me said, it's very important to have quality data and literature capable of grouping them and that they are reliable. This is how we're going to navigate a little bit on the contents and topics dealt with in all of the literature that has been published. I will use Embase. Embase, as it was commented before, is a specific database for biomedicine. It is used to develop and build systematic reviews and also to accompany and foster the practice of evidence-based medicine, as well as support research in the area. All the characteristics we have in Embase show that we have a thesaurus of life sciences, its own descriptor dictionary, M3. If we look for alternative medicine or traditional medicine or integrative medicine, we can find different topics under those branches, as we can see on the slide. At the same time, we have different therapies that can be classed as part of TCIMs within the specific field of therapy. And therapy is classified in medical procedures. One of the missions of Embase is supporting the development of biomedical research. And because of this, we have specific Chinese traditional medicine information. And there we have collaboration from the Beijing University of Chinese Medicine. Why is this so? We wanted to make sure that this taxonomy were as precise as possible. This is something we're always working at. We're always concerned about indexing terms in the most correct way. We are now reviewing indexation for alternative medicine. And we have getting information from Ricardo and Caio in our most recent webinar. In Embase, we also have the possibility of working with all the synonyms of different descriptors to be able to find all the literature of interest. And we can make an inquiry applying all these words as reference for TCIMs. And this is for 2011 and 2020 only. And we can see in our database more than 140,000 results. Some of the observations that can be made is that out of these 140,000 results, we have around 6,106 systematic reviews for different areas. And we also have other kinds of studies. Out of these results, 1,232 were focused on studying well-being or quality of life of patients. 714 were focused on the use of different therapies, TCIM therapies for healthcare. 289 had to do with placebo they were studying and comparing TCIMs with placebos, and 277 evaluated the risks and safety. And as expected, finally, in all these metrics, we have the acupuncture needle that is the most cited medical device. So acupuncture is one of the TCIM therapies that is most applied, most researched, and that has had more study. If we take a look at all these reports, the biggest concern among diseases is using TCIM for treating pain, inflammation, diabetes mellitus, depression, hypertension, among others. And if we take a look at the substances or drugs or molecules related to these results, we specifically see that these works have to do with plant extracts, agents derived from herbs, all of the Chinese traditional medicine, flavonoids, and among others. We also have derivatives of medicinal plants. We have essential oils as well, among the ones I present here. I'd like to thank you all very much for your presence in this morning. I had to go a bit fast, and I don't want to have the next panels delayed. However, to close, I'd like to say that we are always interested in listening to your contributions, and we're always open to new collaborations to be able to extend coverage of available literature in different healthcare or health science areas. So if you're interested in having your publications and works into our umbrella, please contact us. I have my contact information here. Thank you for participating this morning.
Thank you very much, Maria José, for your beautiful, important presentation. Now we'll move to our last 5 minutes of Q&A, questions and answer. You have to start. The first question is, how can we integrate systemic complexity of TCIM in research methodology as Cochrane? I think the first question could be to Lisa, please answer, and of course, Ursula and Maria and Veronica can add also the first question.
So since Cochrane was mentioned, I'll take the first attempt at this answer. So complementary medicine within Cochrane has been very concerned with having complementary medicine be on the same footing as conventional medicine. Yes, you can do randomized controlled trials. Yes, you can do systematic reviews. Yes, you can have evidence. But they really have not addressed a lot of the systemic complexity or whole systems of TCM. And so I think that's something that Cochrane will get to eventually. They're already starting to look at much more complex sort of public health problems and integrating observational studies into reviews and so on. But at the moment, we're not there. So that's a very valid issue to bring up. And I'd be happy to talk more about ways in which we could move in that direction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I prefer to include other questions, then you can, Ursula, Maria José, Veronica, and Lisa can answer as a group of questions. How can we make more accessible evidence in Latin America. The cost of subscription are very high for us. It's a question of the price of subscription. How do you think that's possible to understand the contribution of traditional medicine with scientific methods, considering complexity? I think it's the same. Talk about complexity and the proper methods to allow to develop new publication. Who would like to start?
So one option is for the cost for the publication is that we try to publish open access, which means that then it will be available to everyone. Although I have to say that for us, the researchers, publishing open access is quite expensive, even coming from the country of Switzerland. You know, if in particular when you do research in complementary and integrative medicine, you know, we don't have the resources. So if we have to pay $2,000 or $3,000 for a publication, we can probably do 2 or 3 a year, but not more. So I think this is a very important topic in the sense of inequity. So this is something that has also been discussed within the research, but also with politician opinion leaders. So this is my answer to that. So, but I want to give the mic free.
Thank you. Verónica, would you like to answer, please?
Sí, me gustaría sí contribuir en esta cuestión. En verdad, hay
Yes, I'd like to answer this question. Yes, there's a lot of free access or open access information. There are some important ones that require subscription, particularly the scientific journals. But I don't see this as an important barrier. It's important, but not as important as it was some years before. So I think the challenge here, the barrier, is the amount of information available. If you think about decision makers who don't have so much time to analyze, and scientific language is difficult for practitioners. So I think synthesis, evidence maps, and systematizing all of this information in such a way that is more ready for its consumption is better. We have to put this dish on the table served with worked out evidence. And there are many initiatives in our network. We're working with evidence maps, evidence synthesis to systematize and order this, put order in this information for consumers. It's still significant, but not as it was some years before.
Please, one answer more, perhaps. Maria, thank you, Veronica. Maria José would like to answer something because we need to conclude that panel.
Ok. Verónica se robó mis palabras y sí, esta es la respuesta. Conseguir entonces...
It's the right response. We need to systematize in a clear and effective way all of the different results so that they reach the public. And we need to reinforce the importance of collaboration networks, both in the region and internationally, because this will allow for the flow of information. And we need to identify what are the other researchers and institutes working on projects that are similar to ours. In this way, we'll be able to establish feedback and at the same time, go ahead, make progress.
Thank you for all wonderful contributions. I believe that you start in a very high level, that first panel. Thank you very much. We hope that all that important institutions could collaborate more and more to foster not only in our region of America, but worldwide. Then I would like to present our next panel that will be moderated from Dr. Gelsa Nunes, director of the Brazilian Academic Consortium, that will be devoted to the investigation of TCIM in Asia. So, please wait a minute that you are just moving, and Josa can start. Thank you very much again, and we continue for all day.
Gracias.
4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, live.
Good morning, everybody. Here we're starting the second panel, and I'm Gelsa Nunes. I am director of the consortium, the Brazilian Consortium Academic for Integrative Health. And so I'm going to introduce our speakers of this panel, okay? So in the second panel, we are going to talk about the advances of the investigation in traditional complementary integrative medicine in Asia. So we are going to talk about all the advances in research in this area. And so it's very hard to talk about the speakers because in so short time, because they do so much interesting things, but I'm going to try to be very short so we can take advantages of their speakers instead of mine, okay? And also their biography is in the site of the Congress, so you can take advantage and look at that as well. So here we have Dr. Liu Ying from China. She's Doctor of Medicine and researcher in the traditional Chinese medicine in the Center for the Prevention and Treatment of HIV/AIDS in the China Medicine Academy. She has a very strong background in research in the theory of traditional Chinese medicine. Okay, so the second one. Dr. Tanuja Nesari from India. She is the chair of the Health Sector of Sub-Skill Council for Ayush, director of the All India Institute of Ayurveda, and a member of Governing Council of Institute of Medical Science and Banaras Hindu University. Dr. Nasari is also a member of the General Assembly of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, member of the Board of Governors, Central Council of Indian Medicine, and serve on the Academy Board of various universities like Informational Technology Research Academy, Yamaha, National Academy, and Research Bodies. She also serves as a member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Science and Domain Expert of the Technical Screening Committee of National Medical Medicine Plans Board. This is very short from everybody. If you go to the biography, you're going to see what these guys are doing. We also have Dr. Narayanama Shrikant. I'm sorry if I say your name wrong, then you can correct me later on when you're going to speak, okay, Dr. Narayanam? He is the General Director of the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Science in India. His research in Ayurveda and related science engaged in formulation, coordination, and research in the sector. And he has so many published papers, books, and has been working in research in for so long and very important institution in the Indian. So we can look at his biography later. And also we have the Dr. Myung-Soo Lee from Korea. He is the principal researcher and professor of the Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine in South Korea. He's also the professor at the Tianjin University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in China and Lanzhou University in China. So he's one of the founding members of the International Society of Complementary Medicine Research, ISCMR, which has been represented here today already. He is also the advisory board of Cochrane Collaboration Complementary Alternative Medicine field, University of Maryland. His work on the right and the member of the steering committee of the Guideline International Network in Asia. He's also a member of the executive team of the Health Technology Assessment International Early Korea Network of Interest Group. He is also a co-chair of Clinical Study Interest Groups in Good Practice in Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Association, and he is the charge of the Cochrane Complementary Medicine in Korea and editor of several journals and evidence-based medicine for the complementary medicine as well as other fields. So I believe we are very well represented here in this panel. And so we are going to have the first speaker, Dr. Liu.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor to attend this conference. My name is Liu Ying. I'm a researcher from Traditional Chinese Medicine Center for AIDS Prevention and Treatment, China Academy of Chinese Medical Science. At this time, I'd like to share the practice and academic progress on treatment of HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine. AIDS stands for Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. As we all know, HIV/AIDS is one of severe health issues. China is a low prevalence country, and HIV-associated mobility and mortality has been dramatically reduced from 2003. There is still no cure for HIV. Antiretroviral therapy is a dominant method of treatment. Now, let us review natural progression of AIDS. HIV is a retrovirus that affects the cells of human immune system, mainly CD4 T cells count, and destroys or impairs their function. Infection with this virus results in the progressive depletion of immune system, leading to immune deficiency. This picture shows how the virus and the CD4 T cells count change after infection. The blue line stands for CD4 T cells count, and the red line stands for very loud. Traditional Chinese medicine and West medicine have rather different philosophies and evaluation systems for efficacy. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, the dysfunction of disorder of the body caused by the abnormal yin-yang, qi-xue, and zangfu. After HIV invaded into the body, thus traditional Chinese medicine for treating AIDS is to adjust or restore this kind of imbalance rather than to clear the virus or inhibit virus replication directly. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes on the adjustment of the disharmony caused by HIV, rather than clearance of HIV or inhibition of HIV replication directly. Antiretroviral therapy is a dominant method of treatment. Well, it still has several side effects, including toxicities, drug resistance, unsatisfied immune reconstitution that limit their success. As an ancient medicine, traditional Chinese medicine has a long history of thousands of years. West medicine treats disease, traditional Chinese medicine treats body. Under the guidance of 8 series of traditional Chinese medicine and West medicine, the treatment is followed on syndrome differentiation theory. Our target is to provide safe, effective, high-quality, and accessible medical service for more patients living with HIV. Traditional Chinese medicine becomes an alternative treatment in patients intolerant of antiretroviral therapy or those unwilling to comply with Western medicine therapy. The Chinese government made full use of traditional Chinese medicine, established and improved a work Mechanism integrating Chinese and Western medicines. Generally speaking, traditional Chinese medicine is also to help the sick back to normal and have effects of antibacterial, antivirus, antifungal. It also prevents the liver damage. Clinically, traditional Chinese medicine is often used in treating some viral diseases, including hepatitis, influenza, diarrhea, and so on. In AIDS treatment, traditional Chinese medicine is found to have effect in delaying HIV infectors to AIDS patients. Treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine has been carried out for almost 3 decades. Since the first case of HIV infected were reported in the late 1980s, and the project could be divided into 4 stages. The primary stage, treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine in China and Tanzania. Requested by the late President of Tanzania, the Chinese government sent a traditional Chinese medicine team to the Eastern Africa country to treat HIV/AIDS patients. The treatment were acknowledged by the Tanzania government and the patients. Traditional Chinese medicine team not only have accumulated rich experience on the HIV/AIDS prevention and treatment, but also formed several herb prescriptions. The second stage, treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine in China's high prevalence areas. During this period, the Net 5 plan published by the central government has supported the treatment of HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine comprehensively. AIDS laboratory was established by Chinese Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine in 1991. From then, we took clinical and experimental research in Rili City, a high prevalence area in Yunnan province, to explore what is HIV in TCIM perspective and how to treat it. The third stage, regulating treatment principles with HIV/AIDS cases and its further investigation to explore how to participate in AIDS treatment and how to evaluate. Many projects on treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine were assisted by the government of various levels, including a pilot program, traditional national free treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine, which was launched on August 2004. A series of clinical trials completed in this period. Fourth stage, implementing basic principles nationwide and multiple achievements in medical practice. A raft of systematic research projects have been supported by the National Infectious Disease Key Plan. Under the plan, a series of clinical protocols were achieved. Some new drugs were explored, and the guideline of the combination traditional Chinese medicine and antiretroviral therapy had been published. Now, let us summarize Chinese medicine invention point for HIV/AIDS patients. The first point, delay progression to AIDS, means from a HIV carrier to AIDS patient. Second point, treat opportunistic infections. Third point, reduce side effects and resistance of ARV. Next point, immune reconstitution. The last point, improve quality of life. Next, I'd like to share some research about treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine. The first research followed up 7 years. It's a long time, long period of treatment. 110 patients in this research. From this research, we can learn long-term use of traditional Chinese medicine could maintain or slow the pace of the declining CD40 cells count in patients with HIV/AIDS, and may achieve lasting effectiveness. Next research observation of 4 years. 8,946 cases in this research. It's a large sample. From this research shows that the median of CD4 count decreased 49 in traditional Chinese medicine group, increased 59 in traditional Chinese medicine and antiretroviral therapy group. Next research is about immune reconstitution. This research is our team's work. This research was supported by National Science and Technology Major Project, clinical observation with traditional Chinese medicine by randomized controlled trial. Number 2, immune granules treating 361 cases with incomplete reconstitution of immune function. CD40 cells count at each time point compared with baseline increased over 50. Treatment group then control group increased by 16.1%. Immune reconstitution is an important aspect of management regimens of AIDS patients. Traditional Chinese medicine can benefit the immune reconstitution and reduce the abnormal immune activation. Next research is about adverse effects after antiretroviral therapy. 536 cases of randomized controlled trial show that the total incidence of adverse reactions decreased by 2.31% in treatment group, including fatigue, liver toxicity, mental abnormality, renal toxicity, was significantly lower than control group. Other adverse reactions didn't show a systematically significant difference. Next, this research is about reduced drug resistance. This work also was supported by the National Science and Technology Major Project. 600 cases in this randomized control trial. From this research, we conclude by reducing risk factors associated with drug resistance to improve adherence to antiretroviral therapy, achieve the goal of reducing drug resistance. Next research is systematic review of the efficacy of integrated traditional Chinese medicine and West medicine on opportunistic infections in AIDS treatment. Integrative traditional Chinese medicine and antiretroviral therapy has certain advantages in reducing the incidence of HIV-related opportunistic infections and increasing CD4 T cells count. Next, let me introduce a Chinese medicine, 糖草 tablet. It has been approved by SFDA.
Dr. Liu, the time is almost
糖
gone.
草 tablet can increase CD4 T cells count, suppress HIV replication of HIV/AIDS patients, alleviate clinical symptoms such as diarrhea, loss of appetite, fatigue, and hair loss. It can gain weight, improve life qualities, and almost no adverse reactions. The approval number is the national prescription C 200-50291.
Dr.
Plasma
Lee,
tablet it can
your
improve
time
the
is gone.
efficacy of antiretroviral therapy effect and reduce side effects caused by antiretroviral therapy. Since 2004, some national projects had been funded by the government of China. And meanwhile, some management modalities for treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine had gradually formed, including about this guideline of clinical practice and experts' consensus. By the end of December 2020, more than 53,185 patients have been treated with traditional Chinese medicine in 28 provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities. In the last 30 years, the usage of traditional Chinese medicine has become more common among people living with HIV. More and more AIDS patients are benefiting from traditional Chinese medicine. Some researches had shown encouraging results. Systematic review shows integrative traditional Chinese medicine and antiretroviral therapy has certain advantages in reducing the incidence of HIV-related opportunistic infections and increasing CD4 T cells count. The integration of antiretroviral therapy and traditional Chinese medicine has important implications in health outcomes, especially in China, where the use of traditional Chinese medicine is widespread. China responded to the epidemic in its own way. The Chinese government supports alternative and complementary medicines program for AIDS care and research. China is one of the countries where alternative medicine are used to treat HIV/AIDS. More clinical studies are needed on the benefits and risks of those alternative medicines that are achieved to be beneficial by people living with HIV. China is positively positioned to face the remaining challenges to control the epidemic and to contribute to the global attainment of the United Nations 390 target as a means to end the AIDS pandemic of 2030. We strongly believe traditional Chinese medicine will play more and more important role in treating HIV/AIDS. That's all today. If you are interested in treating HIV/AIDS with traditional Chinese medicine, you can visit our website. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Nassari is going to talk right now about her presentation. Welcome, Dr. Nasari.
Namaste. May I share my presentation, please? Yeah, can you hear? Can you see the presentation? Is presentation visible?
Yes, madam.
Hello?
It's visible.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I just go. I'm just going ahead and making it as a full screen. Yeah. So namaste, and I just would like to thank the moderator, Nams, Dr. Nams, and second organizer of the Second World Summit on Traditional and Complementary Medicine towards an Integrative Medicine, for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and Ministry of Ayush for specifically sharing my views on research lines on traditional TCIM and results achieved uh, in Asia and Indian scenario. Myself, Dr. Tanuja Nisri, I just would like to share this. I would like to stick to the time, but just would like to share that in many of the Asian countries, like in India, more than 70% of the populations, especially in rural India, they rely primarily on the traditional medicines. And in many other countries, there is an integration of the traditional complementary medicines into the mainstream medicines for more of the other components, and basically circle of right for achieving universal and quality life. That is SDG 3 for Sustainable Development Goal, complementing integration with the complementary medicine is a need of an hour. And when we say it's the integrative medicine, the many different terminologies are being used in various countries, like traditional medicine, it's a complementary medicine, biomedicine. And when it is integrated with the mainstream medicine, conventional medicine, with the personalized care and complementing with the diet, lifestyle, safe herbal medications into the mainstream medicine, I think that's the way how the integrative medicine is. In India, per se, it is we are really blessed to have a separate Ministry of Ayush, and Ayush is an acronym for Ayurveda, Unani, Yoga, Siddha, and Homeopathy. These are indigenous system of India, and it's a huge parallel network to the conventional medicine, and it is complementary and integrated even in the public health also. And with a huge network, various researchers at fundamental, preclinical, drug research, and clinical, and various leads and the evidences have been created to this traditional wisdom. Coming to Ayurveda, which is a science of life, knowledge system of life, and which is mainly for healthy and happy life. So from illness, it is not a journey to the wellness, but towards the happiness as well. And it's so in a way, it's a 5P medicines, and for the prevention, promotion, and the maintenance, and also complete management of the disease, where diet, lifestyle, and also the sleep pattern is also taken into consideration and can be easily complemented with the mainstream medicine. And that's how the journey of illness, wellness to happiness is the when how we really try to create an evidence to this age-old system. And through this separate ministry where national councils, regulatory councils, and the huge network of 7 lakh or 700,000 registered Ayush practitioners. It's an act of the parliament where 5.5 years as a graduation, 3 years post graduation, and the doctorate, and through the 27,000 dispensaries and 700 Ayush institutions. So through this huge network, the various researches have been conducted, and you can see that till now 31,975 research evidences were published are on the research portal. My colleague Dr. Srikanth will share the detail about that. But I just would like to highlight and summarize the areas where preclinical is followed by the clinical and the fundamental research for validating the concepts, validating the in vitro, in vivo study, followed by clinical and the drug. When we say herbal medicine, India is blessed to have more than 7,900 medicinal plants where quality, safety, and efficacy has been studied with the uh, outcome in various drugs, medicines in the challenging and the new areas like COVID-19, from common cold to cancer, various leads have been initiated and those has been practiced into the mainstream medicine. When we say that the integration, how it is done in the research and also in the practice, it is the conventional with the Ayush medicines and the two approaches like the alternative approach in specific conditions and the complementary approach where the cafeteria model is also considered and also in a specific condition when in the research also as a whole system research integrated with the outcome measures is also considered. Coming to the fundamental research where the concepts, because it is in the research, apple cannot be compared with the oranges. So we have to have the research on validating the concepts which are really important and that can lead and that can really unfold various unanswered, like the Nobel Prize was won by the biological rhythm, circadian circle. The same is like the microbiome and is a microdysbiosis. There are many concepts like Agni Oj and others where this microbiome can also microbiome can be re-established, gut microbiota, and that's how is the wonderful contribution in prebiotic and probiotic in various conditions, not only IBS, but many other conditions like gut-brain axis also can be validated through this fundamental study of concepts from this traditional medicine. And now coming to Ayur genomics, when we say that the individualized tailor-made approach, so it's a molecular mechanism and it's the genomics, so that really helps in the pharmacogenomics and the new age system where the simple concepts like Prakruti and many others can also be considered as for the P4 medicine. So these are the conceptuals, and I'm just giving only few examples. Coming to the huge biodiversity, especially in India, there towards two mega diversity hotspots like Northeast and the Western Ghat, and 7,000 medicinal plants. We have a lot of research on quality, safety, and efficacy and standardization, not only to the plant, but the minerals and the animal origin, which are being used and studied. And the approach is reverse pharmacology because it is already into the system, time tested, but it has been studied as a preclinical biological screening, new molecule, and put into the system. And in the various areas, and it is in the various areas this can be studied. But because of the time constraint, I cannot see, but they are the medicines in the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, cancer, stress, non-communicable diseases, epileptic, anti-cancer, and many, many leads, and those have been studied. I can just give the one example of the plant, Tinospora cordifolia, because in COVID we have studied and we have used it in the treatment of the COVID-19 and various patents and entire study has been conducted for the antiviral, anti-malarial, anti-inflammatory. It's used as an immunomodulatory and antioxidant also, and it can be complemented with the mainstream medicine where integration, drug to herb interaction has also been studied. Another plant like Pithania somnifera, like Korean ginseng, so various pathways onto blood-brain disorders like in Alzheimer's, anti-states, Parkinsonism, Huntington's disorder has been screened, and very importantly, it has been widely screened in the battery of tests in the anti-cancer and with various cell targets, and also in the various cellular pathways can be established through these herbs, which are very safe, their quality, and it is butanoids, their secondary metabolites, and the acids also have been studied. And if you can see the anti-cancer plants, which are in the cell proliferation, cell migration, apoptosis, cell growth, metastasis, and many such plants like Gugulu, Embelin, Bithania, and various have been screened. And if we look into latest challenging scenario like COVID-19, so various antiviral and anti-inflammatory immunomodulatory and also antioxidant safe plants, which can really target on the spike protein and reduce the binding with the ACE2 inhibitors. And you can see that the more than 67 from Ayurveda and various traditional medicines have been already registered into the registry portal, and the plants have been coming to the very satisfactory results. There are All India Institute of Ayurveda, where I am also working and heading the institution, has the largest public health study as a prophylaxis, as a COVID health center, and I'm really very happy to share that with complementary and the holistic traditional medicine supported with the latest uh, um, biological tools of the investigations like RT-PCR, CT, MRI, inflammatory, coagulation profile and all. And we can say that with the oxygen therapy, there is a 99.99% recovery, and all the data has been recovered. And all these immunological markers also, we can say that the healthcare workers are safe with the negligible mortality and the better outcome. So this is how the strength of the traditional medicine to integrate with the
Dr. Desari,
mainstream
your
medicine.
time is gone.
Yeah, I'm thankful, and I have already completed. And this is the strength of the complementary medicine, where the future of the medicine is in integration and integration with the complementary medicine. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Dr. Nassari, for your speak. And thank you, Dr. Leo, that I forgot to say as well. Thank you so much for your contribution, which is very rich and is, especially in this context we live right now, that's very challenging. And now we are going to have Dr. Srikant. I don't know if that's the way I say. If you correct me,
It's fine.
please.
It's
Thank
fine.
you. It's your time right now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sharing my presentation. Thank you very much for the chair of the session and the other organizers. Today I will put very brief glimpses on research areas and research lines in traditional, complementary and integrative medicine and results achieved in Asia. Insights from India experience. I am Dr. N. Srikant, which is a Director General, Additional Charge, Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences under Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, which is an apex body for formulation, coordination of research in the country. We know that Asian medical systems have been a subject for perceptive, philosophical, and historical and anthropological content that enables the systems to have a holistic aspects. Though they have different parts of their origin, but they have similar historical experiences in the course of time. But most of these systems have very sound pharmacological basis and perspective based on the rich flora, fauna, and metals and minerals in their respective regions. And the beauty of these systems they have detailed diagnostic and classification of the diseases. They have their own terminology and treatment modalities. And whereas in India concerned, Ayush systems, which is mainly focused on Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Yoga, Naturopathy, Sova, Ripa, these systems are mainly indigenous origin, and they are actually working in a parallel and tolerant integrative modes with a physical and functional integration, and cross reference are also available. Actually, if you see in the perspective of WHO, the Asian System of Medicine, the WHO mainly recommends that these systems should be regulated well. And second one, the research should have these separate research councils, national research councils, and there should be a research strategy. These are the indicators of the WHO monitoring indicators, where India has Ayush Ministry and separate research councils for conducting the research and development in the country, and the research policy and strategy are in place. There are the 5 research councils in India, which is focusing one each on Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Yoga, Naturopathy, and Siddha. And these are constantly Homeopathy. These are conducting through more than 90 institutions across the country, conducting the research. The core areas comprise clinical research, focusing on the validation of the medicines, medicinal plants research, survey, cultivation, drug development and quality standards, and safety studies, pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacovigilance and animal safety studies, fundamental research for generation of evidence on diagnostics. These 2 clinical research mainly comprises classical formulation, which are mentioned in Ayush systems, we generate tangible evidence. And new drugs also taking leads from the Ayush and Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha. Basic concept we take and drug develops for unmet needs. And we also design robust studies for translation of the research into practices. And we also have a different databases. And we also develop very good diagnostics tools to validation and reliability testing based on the traditional complementary medicines which are in India. We develop our own diagnostic methods which are parallel to the conventional medicine. And based on this, standard treatment guidelines are in place based on the research outcomes to enable the translation of research into the clinical practice. These are the research funding. Research is adequately funded in the country through different schemes like extramural research, through different center of excellences and other agencies. Research guidelines are very robust. We follow the international guidelines. Besides that, India, we have our own guidelines for drug development, safety, toxicity, and clinical evaluation. And as far as this, some examples I am giving. Classical approaches, traditional medicine approaches. We have conducted research studies, and more than 100 formulations Ayurveda have been tangible evidence on safety, efficacy, and quality. We generated more than 50 diseases. Some more formulations. It is a continuous process. It is still continuing. We are generating evidence. This enables improve the prescription trends, evidence-based clinical practices. And new drugs are several examples. We have new drugs. We take leads from the Ayush literature fundamentals, like Ayush 64 for malaria, which now as a declared as a officially declared as a Ayush modality for the management of asymptomatic mild to moderate COVID-19. We repurposed this. Like this, we have different medicines for malaria, epilepsy, wound healing, cognitive deficits, and so on. This is the method how we do. We validate quality, safety, drug interactions, and finally to go into the clinical practice simultaneously, because these practices are already in vogue. The evidences on safety of the metal and mineral-based medicines we conducted most of the important medicines which are in practice. We generated the safety in a good laboratory practice, complaint laboratories, and pharmacoepidemiological studies conducted from the retrospectively from the clinical data, more than 100,000 subjects, and these practices are found safe. And the genotoxicity studies also we conduct. And regarding fundamental research, it is very, very important developing own diagnostic tools for traditional medicine, which is very, very important to design the studies which are satisfying the holistic approaches, like the Prakriti or bioidentity, which is very important. We standardized development of diagnostic tools for different diseases like febrile conditions, respiratory diseases, skin diseases we are developing, and we have already developed, and we are mainstreaming these practices. Some other important areas we can show for that is to give the botanical reference substances of high quality is very, very important. The government of India set up a Ministry of Ayush National Raw Drug Repository, which is enabling this. And regarding integrative concepts, some research, we conducted a study with the WHO India Office collaboration in osteoarthritis. The study actually given an example of functional integration, focusing particularly on reducing the analgesic burden, understanding of the both systems, and improvement of the quality of life, with the same study conducted in Charity University in Germany. Also, it is reproducing the similar results. Some cross-sectional studies we have conducted to understand knowledge, aptitude, and practices among the Ayurveda allopathy practitioners for different diseases. Complex design, some question was in the last session I have seen. We developed a very good whole system approach how to design studies to black box method, particularly for diabetes mellitus and rheumatoid arthritis. Studies are going. This is an excellent example. This is a translation of research into public health is very, very important. And this is a good outcome. In reproductive healthcare, we conducted Ayurveda modalities add-on to the conventional medicine in more than 2,000 pregnant women. And after the study, it is shown that those who have taken Ayurveda as add-on to the conventional medicine, that is very less complications and reducing the risk of the pregnancy and maintenance of the prevention of the low birth weight of the babies, etc. Another biggest program of the integration is more than 100,000 subjects we have enrolled in a national program for non-communicable diseases, particularly Ayurveda, Yoga, and Unani, all integrated. It has given very good leads for us, reducing the dose of the conventional medicine and prevention of the further progress of the disease. And these are the very good examples. We also generate an evidence on local health traditions which are prevalent among different people and tribes in the country. And we are also developing drugs from particular diseases from the tribal and other medicines. Systematic
Dr. Srikant, we are on time.
Yes,
Could you
only.
be short? Thank you.
I will within 2 minutes. Systematic reviews are in place. We are also developing research guidelines and research dissemination. ICE research portal we have, and we have more than 25,000 research papers are there. These are the glimpses of the research papers, particularly in Asia. And this is more than 6,000 papers are with the name of Ayurveda and Yoga. These are the several journals we have published research papers. And this evidence is also followed by grade A, followed by evidence B of WHO, evidence C. This is very good. And as far as India is concerned, we are doing very good research. This is the glimpses of that. And these are the COVID-19 studies, more than 123 research studies, which is Ayurveda, around 63. We do prophylactic studies and interventional studies. Prophylactic studies, we have given Guduchitinos for cardifolia and other we have done. This is well tolerated. It has given more than 98% protection rate, well tolerated, while management of the mild to moderate COVID-19, I-64 and other medicines. These are also well tolerated, early clinical recovery, no adverse reactions, and no progression of the diseases. These are some glimpses of the research papers. Besides that, we develop several other researches, particularly developing using the IT tools and the portals for manuscripts, research manuscripts, and portals for the medical inscriptions, portals for the research management, and we also give capacity building programs for PhD fellowships. We have several patents to our credit, and we develop biomedical instrumentation, develop comprehensive integrative formats for different diseases for capturing the data. And thank you very much. We do everything ethically, following the ethical guidelines, international guidelines, and India guidelines. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very rich and deep presentation. We can see how much work have been done and with the TCIM in Asia as well as in India. And now we are going to with Dr. Lee. Could you please?
Hello, my name is Myung-Suri from Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. First of all, Martha and Daniel and organizing committee, thank you so much for inviting me to this valuable symposium. And chairperson, thank you for introducing me. I would like to share my presentation. Today, I would like to show the traditional and complementary and integrative medicine research in South Korea. This is my content of my talk. I will introduce the sixth part. And first of all, let me introduce what the Korean medicine is. The Korean medicine is traditional medicine that is originate from Korea and developed through the continuous exchange between East Asian medicine. And although the Korean medicine is influenced by traditional Chinese medicine a lot, it has developed its own unique way of diagnosis and treatment. Nowadays in Korea, there is a great amount of experimentation in integrative medicine, which combine traditional medicine with Western medicine in many ways. The education system of Korean medicine is a 6-year course in college, which is equal to that of Western medicine in Korea. And the curriculum includes Western medicine, Chinese medicine, as well as Korean medicine. Our institute, TCIM, is a main government-funded institute for researching Korean medicine. There are 11 private universities and 1 national university which have School of Korean Medicine and Korean Medical Hospital.
Dr. Myung,
Yeah.
you are not on the presentation mode.
Oh,
Could you do that, please?
sorry. Is it okay?
Great, thank you.
Yeah. First part is bibliometric analysis and methodological quality of RCT of Korean medicine in Korean literature only. We searched the 16 Korean journals and 11 Korean databases, and we found 143 acupuncture, RCT, and 25 herbal medicine, and 14 mosquito RCT. This slide shows the trend of acupuncture RCT. The number of acupuncture RCT was increased by the year. The most trial test the efficacy of acupuncture compared with other type of acupuncture. Sham acupuncture and no treatment. The mean sample size was 44. The most included RCT have high risk of bias in domain of allocation, consignment and selective reporting. This is the result of whole medicine RCT. A small number of trials performed in herbal medicine. They used the parallel arm study compared with placebo, and mean and standard deviation of sample size was 73, and the risk of bias is similar with acupuncture research. This is a summary of part 1. Number of publication is very small compared with China. Most of RCT have several limitations, including high risk of bias in allocation, consignment, and blinding. Second part is bibliometric analysis and content of RCT of Korean medicine in Korean trial registry. Only 8%, 150 trial were registered in Korean medical trial, clinical trial registry. Most of them tested herbal medicine and acupuncture and mosquito. The target disease is very diverse in herbal medicine and acupuncture also. Clinical trial of Korean medicine investigate the safety and efficacy of Korean medical medicine, including acupuncture and mosquito, cupping, and pattern identification. Basically, it includes the clinical trial of drug or medical device in Korean medicine. It aims to investigate the effect of Korean medicine, which are already used in clinical practice with the scientific method. And most of them is functional food with herbs and acupuncture clinical trials. Third part is the reporting quality of acupuncture in Korean literature. The aim of this research was to evaluate the completeness of reporting of RCTs of acupuncture indexed in Korean literature based on the consort and revised stricta. We searched RCTs of acupuncture through 12 Korean database and 7 Korean medicine journals, assessed the quality of reporting using consort and stricta by 2 independent review to minimize risk of bias. Table 1 showed the search term for our research. We included 146 acupuncture RCT and analyzed with the consort and stricta. We found that regarding to consort item, outcome and sample size and random sequence and allocation consumption and implementation items are very low reported. And in the case of the stricta, depths of insertion and response to needle were reported below 50%. Summary of the part 3 is in the case of consort, lack of reporting is high in randomization process, assess blinding and reporting outcomes. Regarding the stricta, lack of reporting is high in specific needling information and treatment regime. Part 4 is quality of reporting in Korean Medical Journal, published in Korea. We only include the Korean Medical Journal and investigate the author's guideline in 36 Korean Medical Journal. We found the consort non-pharmacological therapy. After 2030, the percent of reported item in RCT is more higher than before 2013. It is the same as the stricta. Summary of part 4 is in the RCT study before and after the endorsement of a consort and stricta guideline by each journal, all of the stricta item had significantly improved, whereas the consort non-pharmacological therapy item improved without statistical significance. And endorsement of reporting guideline is limited in the traditional medicine journals in Korea. Part 5 is developing clinical practice guideline in Korean medicine. It is one of a hot topic in Korea now because there are various diagnosis and treatment and no standardized Korean medical practice in clinical practice situation. It is the necessary for developing of clinical practice guideline in Korean medicine is demanded, and we analyze domestic and foreign trend of CPG development at 2015. At that time, Korea developed 16 CPG based on expert opinion. China developed 31 based on evidence-based medicine. And Japan also developed 17 CPGs based on EBM. And we surveyed the Korean medical doctor need for the CPG development in Korean medicine. And 97% of experts thought it is needed to develop the CPG in Korean medicine. And then we select high priorities 12 diseases, and we combine practical experience and expert expert in field and the systematic review, and using evidence-based medicine methods, we developed 7 CPG in Korean medicine for 7 priority diseases. And It improved the health quality and standardization of health treatment and evidence production through clinical trials. And from this one, we make a clinical decision supporting system for 7 diseases. It is the first time to develop this clinical decision supporting system in Korean medicine. And after this, our production, Korean government, Ministry of Health, proposed the national plan for Korean medical development. One of the topic is the increasing Korean medicine evidence and reliability through the development and dissemination of Korean medicine CPG. From 2016 and 2012, this year, government initiated Korean medicine CPG development project started, and the content is a large-scale national project for standardization of Korean medicine, and it was led by professional society and using standardized method EBM, and it will be disseminated and implementation through the National Korean House of Korean Medicine. They targeted 30 conditions, and from this year, government started another 20 new condition, CPG for new conditions. And we held 4 times international symposium of evidence-based clinical practice guideline in traditional medicine, and we set up the international network for the developing EBM CPG in traditional medicine. Next one is I would like to talk about how to implementing the Korean medicine in treatment, prevention and treatment of COVID-19 in Korea, South Korea. As of March 1st, 2020, Korea has the world's second largest number of COVID-19 infected cases after China. With the dedication of the medical staff, the government, proactive and quick response, and the active participation of social distancing by citizens, the number of new cases is falling from around mid-April. In situation where more effective symptomatic treatment is required without special treatment, and the Chinese government has recommended combining traditional medicine with modern medicine and issue relevant guidelines. In Korea, we analyze symptoms of COVID-19 infection and promptly enacted the recommendation of Korean medicine preparation in herbal medicine cover under domestic medical insurance benefits depending on circumstance in our country. However, going through the COVID-19 pandemic, Korean medicine community was completely excluded from any stage of response to COVID-19, including diagnosis, treatment, quarantine, or prevention due to various reasons, including political and regulatory barrier, lack of social awareness. And Korean medical doctor had no way to participate or volunteer in any activity in national disease control system. And the Association of Korean Medicine developed a consensus guideline for herbal medicine with following the Chinese government guideline. And the Korean Medical Association of Korean Medicine opened Korean Medical Teleconsultant Center for COVID-19 in Seoul and Daegu. I will talk more about this. This is the Korean CPG for herbal medicine for COVID-19. And recommendation of treatment stage was developed by people in need of prevention, people with a history of exposure to virus, patient with mild symptom, and patient in recovery stage. You can see there is specific herbal prescription for each stage, but limitation of CPG in Korean medicine for COVID-19 is like following. First one is the amount of clinical evidence supporting the use of traditional herbal medicine for COVID-19 is limited. And since the protocol was developed by partially on guideline for the common cold, it was not possible to suggest treatment strategy for severe COVID-19.
Dr. Mion, the time is over.
Oh, okay.
Could you be short?
Yeah. Korean Medical Association opened the telemedicine center in Daegu and Seoul, and they treat with COVID-19 patient with herbal medicine according to the SOP, and they subscribe the herbal medicine for suspected patient and confirmed patient and recovered patient with like this. And they also check all the results. This is the herbal prescription for each stage and how to treat the patient with symptoms. Finally, they surveyed the satisfaction of herbal Korean medicine telemedicine system. Most of the patients scored high for satisfaction score. But this center also has some limitation. Only patient-reported outcome were evaluated, and there are missing data, and only show result of entire program. And this is some limitation of Korean medicine telemedicine center. And lastly, I would like to introduce the Integrative Medicine research is SCI journal published by our institute TCIM. And if you want to publish some good research for this field, please submit your research, and then it is open access, and we covered all the publication charge. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Myung-Soo Lee, for your excellent presentation. We were very well served this morning with the Asia panel. We have very interesting and strong research with Dr. Leo and the TCIM in a field like HIV, which is a very, very challenging field. And we can see how the TCIM can be used and the treatment for this disease with very good responses. We saw the richness of Ayurveda research with Dr. Nesari and Dr. Srikant. We have been working with them, the CAPZIN, because we have done the guidelines for Ayurveda, translation the guidelines from Ayurveda here in Brazil to Portuguese. And now we have a research with the All India Institute. The consortium has with the Federal University, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. We are conducting a research which has a funding from the edital. So we are very happy being working with them. And we saw how the broad work in chronic diseases, they have been working with Ayurveda with very successful approaches, which is also very challenging field in the treatment in the whole world. And we can see we have good treatments with excellent responses. So that's very interesting. And we saw with Dr. Lee the very good work in evidence. We know that today everybody talk about evidence. TCIM has evidence. So we can see we have enough of evidence about this TCIM work in these countries. Asia has been very great and bringing us all this evidence. So we are very thankful for the excellent speeches here, and we want to see if there is any question for any of them. So, since I invited all everybody who go to the page of the Congress and see the biography of each one, and also see all the research they are doing, so you can have good material for us and the TCIM. I thank you again so much for each one of you with your excellent presentation. And let's go to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great moderation and the time management. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your participation. The Cumbre is working very interesting with all the panelists and all the presentations so far. Now we have the panel 3. It is about advances in TCM research achieved in Europe region and Africa. So I would like to present to you now our panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Matt Gunther Sophia Kim. She's from the Center of Complementary Medicine Institute for Infection Prevention and Hospital Epidemiology, University of Freiburg, Germany. Doctor was born in 1964 in Tübingen, studied medicine at Wittenberg and Göttingen, Germany, and received methodological training at Harvard, USA. She's co-founder and senior research scientist at the Institute for Applied Epistemology and Medical Methodology in Freiburg, Germany. Dr. King is member of the Commission for Anthroposophic Medicinal Products and the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices in Bonn, Germany. Professor's research interests include placebo effects, clinical research methodology, clinical judgment, single case study designs, cognition-based medicine, and systematic reviews on preclinical and clinical studies on mesotherapy. She has conducted a health technology assessment report on anthroposophic medicine, and she is editor of the certified website, Scientific Information Pages on Mesotherapy, of the Physician Association for Anthroposophic Medicine in Germany. Dr. King has published 4 books and more than 100 papers, I believe, articles, book chapters, and monography. Thank you, Dr. Gonvar. And we also have Professor Dr. Kenneth Yongabi Anchang. I'm sorry if I spelled your name wrongly, Dr. Kennedy. Dr. Kennedy is Distinguished Professor of Public Health, Infectology, and Phytomedicine, Faculty of Health Science, College of Medicine, Imo State University in Nigeria. Adjunct Professor, Biotechnology, Department of Biotechnology, and Boeing State University, Nigeria. Member of the Nigerian Expert Committee on Traditional, Alternative, and Complementary Medicine under the Federal Ministry of Health. Member Ministerial Standing Committee on Development of Protocols for Evaluation of Herbal Medicines in Nigeria. Also coordinator of African Union Afrocentric Working Group on COVID-19 response using traditional African medicine, and co-founder of a herbal medicine production company, STK Biotech, I hope I said it right too, with 6 licensed herbal products. So thank you two very much for your time, and thank you for sharing all your information with us today. So please, if Professor Gunvar Sophia King could start, I will take out my presentation.
You are mute, King.
Sorry. Here's my screen. Thank you very much for the very nice introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. I highly appreciate to be invited to this great conference, and I just regret that I'm not able to join in person. Yes, I was invited to speak a bit about lines of research in traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine and results achieved in different continents, which I will be happy to do. And so I give a short overview, and then I speak about our research a little bit. In addition to my presentation, I also work at the University Hospital of Freiburg. So I have 2 affiliations. Sorry. So if you speak about traditional medicine, complementary integrative medicine, it is of course very important to look at the WHO, who strongly promotes traditional medicine in many, many countries, and they are very successful. So among different goals, what they promote is improvement in research and knowledge gaining on quality, safety, and efficacy of traditional medicines, and therapies. And they promote research and development, research agendas, international collaborations, and communities. So what they say is that research should be prioritized and supported to generate knowledge. Research is being conducted, of course, in academic institutions, in private institutions, but here you see an overview from all the countries that also have national, traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine research institutes, quite often supported by the WHO. It's very difficult to quantify how much research there is on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. But it's very interesting if you look at Cochrane reviews. Cochrane reviews have a high reputation. They are at the top of evidence-based medicine, and they set standards for treatment. And when you look in the Cochrane library, they are differentiated for several clinical topics. And very interestingly, the Cochrane reviews that include and deal with complementary and alternative medicine is one of the largest group in Cochrane reviews. And the 793 Cochrane reviews, including or dealing with integrative complementary medicine, they spread across the whole field of medicine. So this is really an important topic in modern global medicine. PubMed Medline is probably the largest and most important database for medical scientific articles. And these articles are also peer-reviewed. They contain 32 million of articles, references. And when you take the filter randomized controlled trials, which are at the top of evidence-based medicine, and cross them with complementary medicine, you find very, very many references, more than 90,000. You have to think that, or take in remind that there are also misclassifications and double citings, so there may be not quite as many, but there are a lot. And what you can see in this graph is that the amount of articles are strongly increasing. So this shows you that this field of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine is a field of high intensity with regard to research. What is being investigated? Just about everything that is important and is being investigated in medicine at all. So of course, efficacy, effectiveness is investigated, safety, but also costs, quality issues, ethnobotany, drug-drug interactions, physiologic, cellular, biochemical effects, pharmacological effects, analytic research, etc., etc. So behind all these articles, there hide a lot of different important research questions across the medical field. There are also specific research handbooks and research strategies available. Why is this important? Because this field not just deals with interventions, therapies that can be investigated with conventional methods, but often you have medical systems and they need an extended approach to be investigated with more issues to deal with. And also it has very much patient-centered care. Who is very active? Here, this refers to an investigation from Chinese scientists. They quantified the top 20 countries in the journals specific for traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. So in these journals, the most active are China, Chinese scientists, but also the United States, South Korea, and actually across Southern North America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, there's a lot of research being done. This is a similar, very interesting investigation on ethnobotanical research. And here, scientists investigated how many articles on ethnobotanical research are published in traditional, complementary, and integrative medical journals. And you see the red dots, which are larger if the countries are very active. And for instance, Peru is very active, South America is very active, Central America, Africa, Southern Europe, Asia. The next speaker will be about Africa, therefore I will just shortly describe it. But Africa is very, very important with regard to traditional medicine. Traditional medicine is widely used. There is a high amount of knowledge, many herbs, and so a lot of research is being done. And they are very productive. For instance, it's very important, particularly for local diseases like sickle cell anemia. And for instance, two medications, licensed and medications were developed from local traditional plants. Maybe we will hear more about it in from the next speaker. Ethnobotanic research. This is very important with regard to traditional medicine. And they investigate, like the two examples I just showed, they investigate a lot on medicines for infectious diseases, and it's very successful there. But actually, what is being looked for also covers the whole field of medicine. This is presumably one of the biggest success stories in traditional medicine research. This is a very effective anti-malaria drug was developed, artemisinin from Artemisia annua, which was used or is used also in traditional Chinese medicine. And for this development, which saved millions of lives, the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded, as well as the Lasker Award. This refers to Australia. Australia is also very active with regard to traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. And this is an overview on nearly 300 academic research projects funded nationally, publicly, and it also shows that it covers the whole field of medicine. And here, Australian practitioners were asked which are the most important topics for research in integrative oncology. And the top one was RCTs on herbs, on their effects on tumor control or symptom relief, but also to build up an informational basis, to investigate herb-drug interactions, which is very, very important, to investigate the impact of herbs, the role of Chinese herbs, the role of exercise, acupuncture, nutrition, probiotics. Actually, I thought that Aaron Benaria would be here. What is very nice, if you don't know him, you should listen to him. One of the very interesting success stories is integrative oncology research across the Middle East. So what you can see here, there are associations across borders which are actually in political conflict, but they work together very, very fruitfully. Doctors, researchers, nurses, therapists, and they have a lot of research projects, a lot of publications, a lot of practical training. So this is another kind of success story from complementary, traditional, integrative medicine research. This is another success story. You may be familiar to it. And it shows how good the quality is of research on complementary interventions. So the Society of Integrative Oncology developed evidence-based guidelines, treatment guidelines for integrative therapies in breast cancer treatment. And it was endorsed by the ASCO, the American Society of Clinical Oncology. And you see for different kind of indications, different kind of conditions, you see here interventions from complementary integrative medicine, which are successful there, which are effective, like meditation, music therapy, yoga, stress management, acupuncture, which is very important, but also like herbs, ginger, or mistletoe therapy. It's very interesting. If you treat these people, it's worth to look at it. The last speaker today will speak about Cumbrella, therefore I will not go into depth into it, but this is a very successful trans-European network on complementary research. Complementary traditional integrative medicine research is so rich, as I showed you, so I can just give you a few glimpses on important success stories. This is another one from Europe or from Germany on St. John's wort for depression, which is also in many guidelines now. And it was shown that St. John's wort the herb is superior to placebo in major depression. It's similarly effective as standard antidepressants, and it has fewer side effects than standard antidepressants. One very big success story is, of course, acupuncture. And there's a huge amount of research there, and it's implemented in many guidelines now. Just as for a few examples from Germany, the German acupuncture trials. Huge, very large trials. 4 trials that compared acupuncture versus sham acupuncture versus guideline therapy in 4 indications: back pain, knee arthrosis, migraine, and tension type headache. And interestingly, in these trials, acupuncture compared to placebo sham acupuncture, no significant difference was found. However, acupuncture and sham placebo acupuncture was superior, statistically superior to guideline therapy in 2 trials. It was comparable in 1 trial, and in the 4th trial, guideline therapy had to be abandoned because the patients didn't use it. This is another very interesting field on mistletoe extracts. There's a huge amount of research done. A lot of preclinical research. Viscum album is a hemiparasitic shrub. It grows on trees. It's used for cancer treatment very frequently. And a lot is known now about the active compounds, about the immune modulation, about cytotoxicity, about the reduction of cell invasiveness and mobility, antitumoral activity in animal models, etc. There are also many trials and studies, and I want to show you just a few which are very good quality. This is one which was conducted in Serbia on patients with pancreatic cancer, locally advanced or metastatic, 220 patients. Half of them, it's a randomized controlled trial, half of them received mistletoe extracts plus best supportive care, and the other one received just best supportive care. And the primary outcome was overall survival, and quality of life and safety. And it's a large study, and it's published in 2 articles. Here you see the survival curve of the patients of the control group, which is unfortunately very short. The survival is very short, typically in this kind of tumor. So median of the patients had died, half of the patients had died after 2.7 months, which is typical. Here you see the survival curve with the patients receiving mistletoe extracts. They had a statistically significant, highly significant longer survival, but still you see they still didn't survive very long, which is due to this very severe condition. But what was very interesting is that the quality of life was much better in about all domains. Here you see that the global health status was much better. They had much less, significantly less fatigue. They had better appetite. And interestingly, they had an increase in body weight, which is significant because it's a strong risk factor or anti-risk factor for survival in this condition. We are now currently doing a quite similar trial in Sweden. This again with 290 patients with inoperable pancreatic cancer. And it's conducted in 8 Swedish cancer centers. It's publicly funded. And again, it's randomized control, double blind. Half of the patients receive mistletoe extract, and the other receives placebo. And the primary outcome is again survival, and the secondary outcome is quality of life, body weight. We want to see whether we can see this as well, costs and safety. And the trial is nearly finished, and I presume in about 1 year we will have the results. And we are very, very curious whether we get similar results like the Serbian trial. This is another trial that we are currently conducting, a large trial that is funded by the German Research Ministry. It's on a different topic with different interventions. Now we investigate patients that are chronically ill, elderly with high risk of falling, 550 patients. And they are randomly divided. It's a randomized controlled trial. They are randomly divided into 3 groups. And one receives Tai Chi over 6 months, half a year in small groups. And the other one receives eurythmic therapy, which comes from anthroposophic medicine, a movement therapy, also in small groups over 6 months. And the third group receives standard care alone. Our primary question is whether Tai Chi and eurythmic therapy can reduce risk of falling. And the secondary questions are quite many, like injuries from falling, the amount of falls, fear of falling, mobility and balance, mood, quality of life, daily activity, healthcare utilization, compliance, use of standard care, safety, etc. It's going well. COVID-19 presented quite a big challenge to this trial, of course, but we had a whole project on its own, how to continue the trial with the help of some telemedicine, and it's going well despite the corona pandemic.
Dr. Gunfer, you have more 5 minutes.
I'm on the last slide already. So, yes, I want to finish with the last slide, which is from South America. I wanted to finish with a highlight from South America, despite I have to say, actually Peru is fantastic for ethnobotanic and traditional medicine research because there's a huge amount of herbal plants. So, but if you're interested in searching for certain clinical fields or for scientific papers, then CAPSIN is building up a great database on clinical fields, and it also includes over 1 million scientific publications. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gunver. It was really interesting to see all these great experiences you have presented to us, and I'm happy to be part of the Evidence Maps project that you just talked about from the CAPSIN website, and we are happy to talk more about the Evidence Maps, and we'll be presenting a little bit of them at the 5 p.m. panel, but it is great to see all this experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Kennedy, if you could share your presentation, we'll be glad to hear you now.
Okay, I hope everyone can hear me. I just hope I can share my screen from here. Let's see. Sorry, let me see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it started to show, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So let's, let me go. Okay, you can see my screen there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, of course, I'm very excited to be here, and it's really, really, really a pleasure to be part of this great communion. And I would like to extend complimentary and fraternal greetings from the African herbal practitioners whom I've actually consulted them, and they say they are extending the blessings of the ancestors of Africa to the global community that is practicing traditional and alternative and complementary medicine. So that's the greetings from traditional African practitioners to all of you and to the organizers of this great event. So I will be giving my talk on complementary therapies in Africa. How much has this integration occurred in the African healthcare system? How far is the journey? How far is the journey of integration? So that is what I will be talking about and showing you lessons learned in the struggle for the journey. I'll move to the second slide. Now, I would like to say that Africa, there have been more than 500 medicinal plants that have been identified in Africa. More than 500 medicinal plants that have been reported in literature, but there are several plants that have not been reported so far in conventional literature because of the fact that there are no strong tools in ethnobotanical and taxonomic research to be able to identify up to the level of speciation of these medicinal plants across Africa. So that has been a big challenge. But I would like to say that even attending in Africa here, even when Africans are attending the Orthodox hospital, 90% or more still consult traditional medicine. That tells you that traditional medicine or ancestral medicine is inseparable from the very heart and core and mentality of the African person. That is very critical. I like to give credit to the previous presenter who has cited works and some of the plants from Africa. And I see that she cited National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research in Nigeria, NIPRID. So I'm very happy because I do work with NIPRID in collaboration. So I'm very happy to have seen that. Now, I would like to say that Africans have had difficulties to integrate traditional medicine with Orthodox medicine on the continent because for more than 75 years of understanding that traditional medicine of Africa is a core element of the primary health care. They have had difficulties to be able to bring them, to bring that aspect of medicine into the normal healthcare system. I listened yesterday to the regional director for the World Health Organization in charge of traditional medicine in Brazzaville, Dr. Osi Casilo, who actually explained and presented aspects of traditional medicine governance in Africa and how much progress has been made. Yes, that was very good, but I would differ slightly because I work on the ground, and part of my work here is going to be not talking about the theory, but how much we've been able to translate that theory into practice to be able to reach out to the communities in Africa. The unfortunate aspect is that Africans have done research in silo. That means that they've not been able to work very carefully within the dialogue framework of bringing the traditional African practitioners on the core table for that dialogue to occur and that clear understanding and dissolution of boundaries to occur in order for that integration to really happen and let Africans begin to benefit from that particular integration. Unfortunately, the African academia have actually hijacked traditional medicine research in such a way that they don't have clear dialogue and understanding between the traditional practitioners, who themselves are very few that have gone into conventional education. And then the integration attempts have been made in such a way that it looks like you want to superimpose another medical culture, but they have to understand that the traditional medicine in Africa has its own culture, it has its own philosophy, it has its own structure. And while Orthodox medicine has its own philosophy, it has its own structure. So that has been the challenge. So I will move on to show that when COVID, within the COVID pandemic, there has been heightened awareness of the relevance to go back to our roots and see how traditional medicine can really come as a support structure and mechanism to be able to fight pandemics, endemics, as well as epidemics across the continent. Of course, in Africa, as I've just mentioned, traditional medicine is also a way of life. It hinges on the culture. It hinges on the anthropology. It is actually on the DNA of the psychology of the people of Africa. And that is something that we need to be able to understand that. So the history of traditional medicine, of course, seems to have some overlapping historical concepts. If you listen to the history of quinine, Cinchona officinalis, which started from Peru, I think probably in the 16th century, in treating fevers, you realize that the African traditional doctors also still able to relate to that history in Peru, which gives questions and understanding, especially if in the area of archaeological explanation, how perhaps indigenous cultures may have been interwoven in time immemorial, and we shall see that. So we do know again that traditional medicine, looking at the case of quinine, of Cinchona officinalis, Artemisia annua, like we have seen now, and some of the medicinal plants that have produced active pharmaceutical ingredients to the main orthodox drug treatment system that we have today. It tells you a lot of story about the potential that exists in traditional and complementary medicine. But unfortunately, I'm not going to highlight more of this historical background, which is so much available in literature. And I've seen that colleagues on these platforms have been able to explain a lot of information as to that historical aspect. But I'd like to hinge on that historical aspect a little bit to say that there need to be a clear line, which we are trying to educate the African academia, that developing traditional African medicine as an entity is different from being able to extract active pharmaceutical principles and use them in terms of synthesis and produce modern medicine. Those are two different lines of thought. And that is something that we need to be able to foster very strongly. Orthodox medicine is not traditional medicine. But when you pick an active compound like hydroxychloroquine, whereby the inspirational molecule has been isolated from Cinchona officinalis and synthesized under laboratory conditions to produce, stereoisomers that we have today in treating malaria, Plasmodium falciparum. That is actually exploiting herbal medicine in the aspect of active pharmaceutical principles to develop a drug system that we can use in orthodox medicine. That's not traditional medicine. Traditional medicine has its own practice in Africa. It's holistic. You deal with herbal extracts. They come in with decoctions, and they put them together. So these two systems have their elements, and they must be preserved. And that is one of the things we are trying to promote on Africa continent, which has been difficult for researchers in pharmacology, in pharmacy, to be able to understand and be able to move forward in developing and integrating African traditional medicine. So I give you some examples from here. If you look at my slides, you will see, modern drugs that have been developed using active ingredients or active pharmaceutical principles from medicinal plants. You can see the structures there that I'm showing you, which are phenomenal. You can I'll just take a look at my slide. I'm not going to spend more time on that. And I would say that if we want to develop African traditional medicine, to be able to integrate it into the healthcare system, we would have to understand that there is a traditional African hospital. That is it. And that hospital must be maintained the way it is. And that has been the difficulty of trying to integrate entirely a different system. So what is very key in our work and what we have studied is that we only have to be able to build the capacity of these traditional practitioners in Africa, because most of them haven't been able to go to school to have degrees like what we have, in other medical systems that we have. So most of them haven't been able to go to school, and that is what we need to do. So we have to be able to develop the quality assessment, develop the efficacy studies, and then, of course, look at the packaging and make sure that they produce that following good manufacturing practices, and let the hospitals be the same, the way it is. And then, of course, we enhance their production to make sure that there's quality. And then we provide a basic training for them to be able to make sure that their practices actually conforms to ethical norms and so on and so forth. Now, we'll be able to bring them together with orthodox medical doctors who would have to actually understand that system and see how they practice, to see how they can both make referrals in between the two systems. That actually is an element of integration that we have been able to identify in our research. And in Nigeria, apparently, like I said, I am the coordinator of the whole continent on the African Union working group on developing Afrocentric and developing indigenous African knowledge to treating infectious diseases and its complications. So I coordinate that group for the 54 member states of Africa. So I can tell you exactly how much progress has gone in and what are the difficulties that are actually on ground. And we are ready to collaborate also with other continents, because we have interesting medicinal plants in Africa that we can actually develop active pharmaceutical elements to support orthodox medicine. But we also have interesting hospitals in Africa, which are the traditional hospitals, which is a preserve of the ancestral belief and the ancestral system that is supposed to be. Now, unfortunately, again, I must say, is that the African scientists and so many scientists, even abroad, even in Europe, have thought that to be able to come in to assist African traditional medicine, you have to bring in Eurocentric thinking. No, the Eurocentric system thinking will not work in the African traditional thinking system as well. You have to come in and understand the way they function. And then you have to also come in and understand how to be able to train them. So right now in Nigeria, the Nigerian Ministry of Health has formed what they call Traditional, Alternative and Complementary Directorate in the Ministry of Health. Now there is an expert committee, which I'm serving on that committee, for producing herbal pharmacopoeia on essential medicinal plant list, essential herbal medicine, that we have picked from all the herbal practitioners across the country. And then we create an essential medicinal plant list. That's the first step. The second step, we have another expert committee which has been formed, which is Alternative, Complementary and Integrative Medicine Committee from the Ministry of Health, which develops curriculum at diploma level, first degree level, master's level, and up to PhD level. And then we're now advocating for the the National Assembly of the country to provide and promulgate a legislation so that way we form colleges of alternative and complementary medicine in the medical practice in Nigeria. Then there is a committee, which I serve on that committee, which is to be able to develop protocols for evaluating herbal medicine, because the protocols for evaluating herbal medicine is not the same protocols in total as to evaluate active synthetic pharmaceutical principles. So these are things that we've been able to draw a line on that. So that is so I work again across countries. Look at that in Cameroon. This is a traditional doctor who is treating COVID-19. These are the claims that they are all having, but we need to be able to validate these claims. And they validate these claims what? Efficacy, quality assessment, and quantity. Of course, we need to look at the production, the efficacy, and the toxicology. So these are the things that we are actually advocating. Now, so in our work, we have also believed, this is very clearly one of my work, is that too many papers are published, but at the end of the day, they are not solving the problem practically. So we have been able to work towards translational traditional medicine practice in Africa. Translational, because we want to be able to reconcile all the high technology and the high language that is being used on systematic reviews, the big papers that we have, the number of papers, but yet how do we have this practice across the continent has still remained a huge challenge. So that is what we're doing. So in our work, we've been able to characterize different traditional medicines from different medicinal plants, medicinal mushrooms, like what you are seeing on my picture there. This is a part of our work, which has been used in folklore medicine. We identify them. We listen to what the traditional doctors are saying. We listen to their claims. We visit their hospitals, and then we try to see how we can organize their hospitals with them as part of the system. But the point in African researchers is that they tend to work without bringing the traditional doctors as part of the research team because they are not trained. You cannot look down or despise on them. That's not going to be a way we can integrate this medicine. So that's our picture there. Now take a picture, look at again some of the plants that we have worked on. Of course, this is plants. We listen to them. We listen to what they treat, and then we collect the information. We bring them in the research team, we do the evaluation, efficacy, toxicology, and then we train them on how to produce effectively following good manufacturing practices. Now, we also have learned from the lessons in Peru, the lessons of Ayurveda, Chinese traditional medicine, the Korean system. We have learned from that, and we've had some very interesting articles on that while we're building our training. And of course, we have actually looked at certain plants too in our research work. My team cuts across South Africa, North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa. So I coordinate a huge continental team under that. And I also work and consult with WHO. I think Dr. Osi Casilo also, I've worked with her and I do work with her. So we have Artemisia, also in Africa. We have Chincona, also in Africa. We have Prunus africana, which are all in Africa, and we're doing some work, some preclinical and clinical trial work. And then there is another clinical trial that is very peculiar to Africa. We call it exit pool clinical trials, which is not the very conventional clinical trials. What we do is that the clinical trials we notice is that the traditional doctors in Africa had their own way of clinical trial where they depended on their ancestors. The ancestors could be able to tell them from inspiration that these things can work, this thing is not going to work, this thing is toxic to the system. So we also observe that. So we are doing clinical observations on that. Now, we have worked on a number of plants. This is what you can see there. I'll just take you through my pictures there. This is bryophytes, which are lower plants. We've been able to characterize active elements from that. Look at that. And in 2016, Yongabi et al., that's my name, we identify a new molecule. If you see from my slide, this new molecule, sorry, let me just go back. This is a new molecule that we identify from Mercantia debilis, which has never been reported in history, and it comes from a Cameroonian plant. So we published that in Natural Product Communication. But guess what? We did not allow or just wait for this compound to be synthesized to treat hepatitis and treat cancer, but we now did a formulation of a product without waiting for synthesis, and we call that approach phytobiotechnology approach, which is a new development. That means that instead of allowing and waiting for synthesis to occur, which could take several years, we did a formulation using the traditional medical approach, a traditional medical practice, which we will see in the later slide. And that's one of the products. If you look at my screen, look at the product that we have identified there. Take a look at my screen very carefully, and I would like to tell you a history here. We developed this product from African traditional medicine. It went through efficacy studies. It went through, subacute toxicology, nephrotoxicology. We did all that analysis. We did a preclinical trial, but it's formulated from traditional medicine, not a synthetic product. And then we got an approval from National Food and Drug Development Agency of Nigeria. They licensed it after undergoing through a thorough study and a thorough evaluation of that. And now the product is on the market. That is the development of the traditional medicine that we've been able to do in Africa. Now it's been prescribed. It's found in 50 pharmacies across the country. 14,000 pharmacies in Nigeria are receiving our newsletter. A lot of Africans in diaspora in the UK and the US are actually importing this particular product for treating sickle cell and also cancer. Now, we developed this product from traditional medicine for treating wounds and wound infections as well, and resistant Staphylococcus aureus, which is drug-resistant, antibiotic-resistant, Staphylococcus aureus, and also Clostridium tetani. Look at that. So if you look at my slide, you will see exactly what it does. This is a person who had a wound infection, which is 23 years old, diabetic, sore, resisted all the classes of antibiotics. When we treated that using the formulation that we had from traditional medicine, after 2 weeks, if you look at the right, you will see, look at the slide on the right, you will see that the wound became treated. Now, we now formed a company We now form a company. So we have one of the very strong herbal companies in Nigeria. Look at that. And this is, we're producing, we've optimized the production of traditional medicine in Nigeria right now using this now. We've got 6 licensed products. They went through Food and Drug Administration. They went through rigorous clinical trials, phase 1, 2, and 3. Of course, they did a preclinical trial, but the formulation is typically traditional medicine formulation. So we're able to have them, and we have the company there. So you look at that. So that's the product registered. We registered the company, and it's actually, we practice good manufacturing practices, GMP, good clinical practice. And these are the products on my screen. So we have a product for cancer, and we've actually gone through more than 1,000 cancer patients. We have Hepatozone, which is a product for hepatitis. We've seen more than 300 patients for hepatitis. And we've had some cases of seroconversion of hepatitis C and hepatitis B. We have Lose It, which is a weight loss product, and we developed it from what? Coffea robusta, the African coffee. And we are able to isolate, the active ingredients, but we did our formulation based on traditional medical approach. We have this booster for sickle cell. We have this phytoimmune, which is for HIV infections, and STK-Rev is for diabetes. And we have very interesting results. And you can see from this chart here, we approach breast cancer cases, treated cases, and untreated cases. So just give you an example there. Prostate cancer cases, you can see the treated cases with our product, and then we can see untreated cases right here. And now we are now on the market. So we're doing post-market surveillance of our traditional herbal medicine, and we're also training traditional doctors on these best practices. And that's the way we're trying to integrate that. So you can see our products from there. They are now on the market, and we're training traditional doctors on how to do this. And we're also training medical doctors on how to understand the prescription. And we're bringing them, creating that dialogue. That is dialogue that is actually needed on the continent. Now we have also trained pharmacists to understand, traditional pharmacists and orthodox pharmacists to come together to understand that these are 2 different practices, but there's a commonality. There's a common platform that they can practice this to improve health outcomes. There's a common practice to be able to do exit pool clinical trial and randomized clinical trials. So we're bringing them, and they're very happy. And then we are now marketing. Look at them on the market of the pharmacies. So the difficulties of doctors who did not understand traditional medicine, they were despising it. The difficulties that scientists were saying, this is a primitive practice, it's rudimentary practice. Now they are happy. They are now having a happy platform to understand this, and they are coming together. So these are how far we have gone. And we have actually developed a system, where we do quality assurance using optical density spectrophotometer to be able to identify, looking at techniques to be able to identify counterfeiting of this traditional medicine on the market, and so on and so forth. So we're also training policymakers as well for them to understand this, because you cannot do legislation if we don't do this preliminary data to show you that there's a possibility for this dialogue to occur before legislation can actually occur. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I think there is hope on the continent. I'd like to tell the global community that as much as we are canvassing for a vaccine, to vaccinate people across the world to prevent coronavirus and all that, we need to give a listening ear to African traditional medicine, to the traditional medicines of the world, because they have a story to tell. They have also a contributing factor in fighting pandemics. On this note, I thank you very much for inviting me on this platform, and I look forward to a greater collaboration with all of you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kennedy. It was a very exciting presentation, and all this information that you shared with us, it is very, give us hope to be able to see future in this integration. That is the idea of this panel, how to advance and share this information to be able to build new forms of combination and organization and countries to be together promoting NTCA or the complementary therapies. In this case, one of the questions that our viewers asked was how to buy. In your case, you just told us how you could access these products in Nigeria, and even people from outside Nigeria are buying these products. And Dr. Gunver, people would like to know how to buy mistletoe in Germany. So they are very interested in all these areas that you are sharing with us. So if you could please, Dr. Gover, tell us where to buy mistletoe, and if you could please talk a little bit more about Cumbrella, we would like to hear if you could briefly talk about this project.
Okay, great. Yes, we are able to provide mistletoe across the world. We can actually supply mistletoe. So I've just sent a link to my company there called STK Biotech, which is a registered company in Nigeria, registered by the Ministry of Health as well, the Ministry of Science and Technology. In fact, the minister is going to visit us very soon. One of the very strong indigenous third generation herbal company that we have. And we have a number of professors working in our group here. We identify the plants. We're able to do mass production. We are also able to do quality production. That is very important. That means we have technology to be able to prevent molds, aflatoxin and mycotoxin molds from inhibiting this particular product. So yes, we can supply mistletoe or any other plant. Prunus africana, we can supply that. In fact, we have a place in Cameroon, which is Phytobiotech Research Foundation. I'll send you the link here, which is still part of the foundation of my work in Cameroon. I'm Cameroonian, but I work in Nigeria. So I'm very Pan-African, and I coordinate, a Pan-African research work on African indigenous knowledge for the African Union. Yes, we can supply that for any company interested in Prunus africana, mistletoe, avocado, the African avocado. Yes, we can supply that. And then we can also collaborate in producing active pharmaceutical ingredients, API, to any company, any person practicing this anywhere in the world. You just need to, my email is there also, and you can come on that. And then one of the things I would like to say on this product is that for the first time, we realized that we're able to treat colon cancer, especially in the early phase using our product. We're able to treat cervical cancer, especially in the early phase using our product. And the interesting thing we also observed is that one of our products, the two of our products that we have there, that I've shown you there, is a great complementary therapy to using chemotherapy. So when you use chemotherapy produces terrible side effects. So when you use our supplement booster, guess what? It mops off the side effects of the chemotherapy and reinstate the health of the patient. So it is a wonderful complement to treating patients with vincristine and vinblastine, and those who are taking tamoxifen for breast cancer. You can take our STK booster or STK scan. That helps to reinstate your body, improve your health, take away, improve your white blood cells, increase, it actually works on your platelets and improves on the weight gain and all that. The parameters have been evaluated by us, and which is very, very interesting. So it is complementary. It is also an alternative. So these are the two things that it does. One of the presenters here, very quickly, was trying to define the etymology of complementary alternative medicine. And I was just looking at that presentation. I said, it depends the context. Some medicine in China is not complementary, but in African context will be complementary. While another medicine in Cameroon or in Africa, in another context is alternative, but in another context is complementary. So it depends the contextual framework on how we look at all these issues. But what I want to say is that these our products have very great hope, because we have done 17 years study, 17 years working with rural people and the traditional doctors. We've arrived at this particular stage. We've seen more than 6,000 patients clinically with our products. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kenneth. Yes, please, Dr. Gover.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited that you also have so great experiences with mistletoe treatment in Africa. I would love to get some exchange with you. So in Germany, mistletoe extracts, they are licensed and you can just buy them in a pharmacy over the counter. But still you inject them. It's injection medicine. And I could speak a whole hour about mistletoe extract. There's so much knowledge and so much use about it. Mistletoe extracts are licensed in many countries. And in the countries where they are not licensed, you can usually get them over the international pharmacy. I don't know whether this answers the question. If somebody has more questions, just send me a link or an email. And Cumbrella. I wasn't part of the Cumbrella group, therefore I can just report a little bit. I presume Professor Brinkhaus has not arrived yet. So this was a project funded by the European Union, a trans-European research network of complementary medicine researcher, of very distinguished complementary medicine researcher. And they had several projects. So they did sort of an assessment about the use of complementary medicine in the different European countries, about the different regulations. They published it about 8 or 10 years ago. And they also developed a research map for complementary medicine in different European countries. And unfortunately, it didn't really have a continuation, not one funded by the European Union. So there are very active groups in different, in all the European countries, but it hasn't really reached the regulatory European body. So there still is a lot of work to be done there. The official agencies, they need further development. Research is very good, but these agencies is still to be developed. And we are very happy that we, for instance, get this very large funding from the German Research Ministry, which is not so popular or not so common in the United States. They have high funding capacity, public funding capacity, but we don't have it in Europe. Just a few projects again and again. Actually, we would need a national or a European funding regulation system. Did it answer your questions?
Yes, thank you very much. It is interesting to talk about Cumbrella because the experience in Europe, it's something that Dr. Kennedy is doing right now in Africa, as he is talking about the recognition of the plants, the recognition of the products, and then the promotion of it with the education and the policymakers and the ministries, and also the need of funding for research. This is a big obstacle we have been suffering here in Latin America, and of course all the countries, with the exception of the US that has a lot of funding included for this area. But I believe this exchange of experiences, Cumbrella, what Dr. Kennedy is bringing, it's very interesting to see how we can go in the future promoting this research and these groups together to promote MTCI in the area. So this is something that it is really bring my attention in our panel. And I have one last question for Dr. Kennedy. People would like to talk for you to talk a little bit more about Cinchona officinalis. If you could, please. I believe because of COVID, people are really interested in this plant right now. And if you could just talk a little bit more about the protocols you're talking about that you're developing, please.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, my colleagues, learned colleagues, distinguished colleagues on this forum. And like I said, I really appreciate again your wonderful expertise here. Before I answer that question, I'd like to just give a quick one on mistral there. The mistral in Africa, it's a parasite, so it grows on various plants, and it's not any plant that you have to harvest mistral. If it's growing on a toxic plant, a plant that is not edible, you don't have to use that mistral. That's what we do in Africa. So that's very important. So I like for my European colleagues to find out is mistral that is being found on the shops there in Europe. Can you find out how, what is the quality assurance? Which tree did they get it from? It's very important. So in Africa, we harvest mistral from avocado because avocado is edible. We harvest mistral also from guava, Psidium guajava. We harvest mistral also from cola nut, Cola acuminata. So these are the three plants that we harvest. And the phytochemistry of the various mistrals is actually reminiscent of the host plant. So take note about that. That means the way you will get mistletoe from Colla acuminata may be more active than the mistletoe from Psidium guajava or from Persea americana. So these are the kinds of things we're talking about, because it's very important that with this kind of quality is assured. So just that bit of information for you to take care of. Now, with the Cinchona officinalis. Cinchona officinalis is a very critical plant at the moment because of the COVID-19 issue. But I would like to say that if you take the Cinchona officinalis extract itself, it's more active than hydroxychloroquine. Take note about that, because you are getting the crude extract. It is more potent than hydroxychloroquine, which is a single molecule. That's the information that you need to know. So the protocols that we have developed basically is what? First, safety. So we have series of tests under safety. The effect on stimulating the immune system, stimulating and being able to prevent cytokine storm. That's what we're doing. And then we're also looking at the antiviral property of the extract of Cinchona officinalis. That's under the efficacy studies that we're doing. Now on safety, we're looking at toxicity using brine shrimp. We use rat models to be able to look at the different, toxicity in terms of subacute toxicology. We're also looking at the effect on the liver, effect on the kidney, and spleen, the heart. So we're using different mice models for that. So those are the protocols that we're developing. Now, production. Now we can do that and say, okay, we already know the active element of Cinchona, which is an alkaloid, which is hydroxy, quinine, we already know that. So what are we trying to do there? We're using thin layer chromatography to see whether we can actually correlate or corroborate what we have in the Cinchona officinalis with the TLC of hydroxychloroquine at that level. So we have developed protocols in that particular dimension. But now for traditional medicine, now we need to do the formulation as it is. We're not trying to produce hydroxychloroquine because we're trying to do it in form of a traditional medicine. Now, what we're doing now is the quality of production. What kind of water are we going to use to extract? So we've analyzed and produced protocols to analyze heavy metals, pesticides into that water. We make sure that the water does not have any heavy elements. We make sure the water does not have coliforms or bacterial contamination before we use it to extract. So that's the quality control mechanism that we have put in place in our protocol. And then now, what is the dosage? What is the dosage? So we now calculate and work out the dosages of that herbal extract now. So we have protocols we have developed. So we look at the different rats, and then, of course, the different mice studies that we have, which will be done that in randomized control designs. And of course, we're now like, okay, what is the different minimum liter dose concentration, LD50s? So we have done all those protocols and put them in place now. And then we come up now, packaging. What is the appropriate packaging? So we have done all that. So that's what STK is doing in terms of arranging that particular protocol. But for synthetic molecules, it's a different ballgame. We go through the pharmaceutical routing now because we're dealing now with active, one isolated active principle now, which is not a cocktail like we have in the crude extract. Thank you.
I'd just like to add, may I add something? Yes, of course, in Europe, we distinguish the different host trees of mistletoe extracts. And this is very important, it was just too much for the short presentation. We strongly distinguish between different host trees and between different preparation methods. So, and the preparations from different host trees and preparations can have very, very different effects with regard to cytotoxicity, immunologic effects, clinical effects, and they have different compounds, and they're used for different clinical indications. So if you give mistletoe extracts directly into a tumor, you take a completely different one, like if you treat, for instance, a lymphoma. And this is a very important point. Thank you very much for pointing it out.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Here, in mistletoe extract is available also as an injectable in Brazil and Peru. So this explanation and all the points that you brought to our attention for sure will help everyone that is listening to us and everyone that is interested in this area to be able to look for more information. So I would like to thank you both very much for your time, for your attention with us today, and all for sharing all this information. And I would like to invite our viewers and our attendees to be with us in the next moment that we have an active pause to relax, because we are talking about integrative medicine, we are talking about the holistic care, and we need to be able to do it with everybody here today. So thank you very much, Dr. Gunver and Dr. Kennedy, for your time. And I wish a very good conference for all of us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Soy Alma Berra, soy médica y coordinadora académica de la Fundación de Salud Ayurveda Prema. Desde nuestra institución...
I'm a physician and a coordinator of Ayurveda Prema, and we believe that the whole community deserves a series of more tools and more elements in order to generate health from inside. And here we have a resource that we have really at hand. In our hands, the self-massage increases defense, your immune defense, and your relaxation, and diminishes the generation of pathogens. So, in order to do the self-massage, the only thing you need is your hands. So this has motivated us to do this video. If we also have a vegetable oil, such as this one, it's a sesame oil. It has a very nice aroma. And but I'm often asked if I only have cooking oil. Well, that doesn't matter. You can use whatever you have available. I want to tell you the following. The benefits of the self-massage are so many, and we feel them in such a short time that I would really encourage you to practice self-massage. We don't need something from outside always. Ayurveda tells us that we can use our own resources, what we have inside ourselves. So let's go to the magic. The cycle of self-massage is like this. It's like we were standing before a rising sun, and the sun rays are cleaning your body from the top to the bottom. So the first thing you can treat with a self-massage is the top of your head. I put my hands full of oil or without oil. I'm not using oil right now because, well, if not, the microphone, etc., will disappear. But at home, you can do it complete. So, first of all, for this first part, I'm doing it with my hands dry. But if your oil is, your hair tends to be oily, maybe you shouldn't use it on your head. But if your hair is dry, you can use it also on your head. So I'm passing my hands through my hair, on my head, and then I go on. And now it would be interesting to use oil if I haven't done it yet. So I'm doing opening movements from the top to the bottom and on all my face. And then I will go on to my ears. And this I will do it 3 times, the whole sequence from the starting with on the top of your face, going down towards your chin. And once I reach the chin, I work with my earlobes. It's very, very nice to do it. It's a nice feeling. Imagine that your whole face is, let's say, full of sensitive points, points that are sensitive and reflect on your emotions, that relax your tensions, that relax your mind. So if one a very important point is, for example, here, so I can do movements like in the like a clockwise. And if you get frequent headaches, this is very important. And the first muscle that is vital for survival is this one, the muscle structure of your cheeks, around your cheeks. So, and here also, of course, here you tend to generate a lot of muscle tension. So you also have to work here and around your ears. It's also very important, and between your ears and the back of your ears and your hair. It's very relaxing. I'm doing it without oil, and it's very interesting. It's well, it generates very deep sensation. So I already worked in the face, and now I go on to my my neck, and I try to do a massage between my neck and my spine. And then I go on, well, I don't do it on the front, I do it in the back because there are points here on the front that are too sensitive and might cause a drop in the blood pressure. So once we have worked on our necks, we start with our shoulders, opening up the shoulders. So as I was
Bueno, y aquí les cuento, la secuencia que viene es una secuencia muy importante. Tanto en lo que es tren superior como en tren inferior trabajamos de la siguiente manera. En los huesos.
I can tell you that the sequence coming is very important. We work on the long bones with round movements. Sorry, and the articulations, like the shoulder, we move roundly, and in long bones, long movements. Again, the elbow is a round movement on the on one face and the other, and then on the forearm you have a long movement. Again, the wrist is the round movement, and in the hands on both sides, right? The uppers and the obverse alongside. On the other side, it's the same thing. Shoulders round, arm long, elbow round, forearm long. I leave no centimeter without frictioning my wrist, palms in the uppers. And we are getting more and more temperature in my hands. Now that my hands are warm, I work behind to loosen my backpack, as I say. So let's loosen our backpack. We can have very deep breathing, anchoring, abdominal breathing. I work on the trapeze, and I can work on contrary sides, right? One arm and then the other, and then the front thoracic area with opening movements. In the abdominal area, I don't know if you can see it, but it's movement as clockwise, right? And on your hips, it's the same as in your shoulders, because hips are joints, right? And then you recover the same sequence. I told you about your arms, but you use that on your legs. So the long bones, right? It's long movements, your knees, round movements. Then you go to the rest of your legs in long and round movements. And at a certain point, you have already friction all over your body. And it's a magic moment. It's a moment in which your body is vibrant, active, relaxed. What I feel is that self-massage leaves your body at the brink of meditation awareness. So you take your body to an optimum point in which you start meditating or praying if you pray, or perhaps aware breathing, contact with the universe, whatever you, however you face your link with transcendence, this contact with something that is bigger than the small human experience. So it was a very big joy to share all this with you. See you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paula Torres. I am from Fortaleza, Ceará. I'm full professor here at University Federal of Ceará. I'm working with integrative medicine in oncology, and now I am the coordinator of a committee of oncology in CABZIM. I would like to congratulate all the panelists at this wonderful meeting. I feel so honored to have the opportunity to hear all of you and all the advances and questions in this exciting meeting. I would like to introduce the first speaker on this panel. I go share with you my screen.
Paula, who would like that Caio share the...
Yes, please, because...
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Consegue?
Yes. Dr. Ryan Bradley, he is director de investigación de la Universidad Nacional de Medicina Natural. Dr. Ryan Bradley completed his Doctor of Naturopathy from Bastyr University in 2003, and his master. Dr. Bradley is a clinician, researcher, and educator with 18 years of experience at the intersection between naturopathic medicine and public health. He received his Doctor of Naturopathy from Bastyr University in 2003 and his Master of Public Health in Epidemiology from the University of Washington in 2009. His primary academic appointment is as a senior investigator, director of research, and associate professor at the National University of Natural Medicine, NUNM, in Portland, Oregon. In addition to his roles at NUNM, he's an associate professor in the Herbert Wertheim School of Public Health at the University of California, San Diego, USD, an affiliate associate professor in the School of Pharmacy at the University of Washington in Seattle, and a visiting professor at the BOS, the University of Technology, Sydney in Australia, and the Center for Naturopathy Research at Southern Cross University in Lismore, Australia too. Welcome, Dr. Ryan. You have 20 minutes, and next the end, I will know.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm really honored to be here and to be a part of this auspicious international meeting. I'm thrilled to share with you some of the current context for research on traditional, complementary, and integrative health in the United States. So I'm going to share my screen. And many of you are probably aware the United States is fortunate to have complementary and integrative health represented in our National Institutes of Health through the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, or NCCIH. And recently, within the last several years, 10 years or so, the National Center changed its name. It was previously the National Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine, and now is currently the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. And I think that this name change really represents a change in the orientation to research for traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in the United States, in that there really has been a refined emphasis of the role of complementary and integrative medicine in health maintenance and also in health promotion. And I think that this distinction is actually very important and very well matches the orientation and philosophy of many traditional and complementary medicine modalities and philosophies. So we're very fortunate to have a national funding agency in the United States to help fund rigorous research in complementary and integrative medicine. I do not represent the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, but I do think it's worth taking a few minutes to discuss their orientation to complementary medicine research and to outline some of their research objectives, because there are certainly opportunities for collaboration, both internationally, on research that's supported by the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. So I do think it's important that as all of the institutes and centers within the National Institutes of Health in the United States, they are a scientific body, and so they're very interested in the science of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, and this is represented in their objectives. So I won't read these all here, but I think that there are some important lessons here and strategies here that are represented, including advancing fundamental science and methods, developing new methods to study traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. And I find there's some irony here, that there is a recognition that there is a need for new methods developments, that there are a lot of scientific questions and uncertainties related to the practices of traditional and complementary medicine. And in some ways, we don't necessarily have all of the best tools and approaches, outcome measures, ability to measure some elements of the mechanisms that underlie the practices and perhaps the benefits of traditional complementary medicine services and practices. So a second objective is to advance research on the whole person, and to specifically investigate the integration of complementary medicine and conventional care. So I think this is a powerful message, to think about research in complementary medicine as being interested in the whole person and the various elements of health for a whole person. And while this is very obvious to many of us that have a history practicing traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, that is the importance of the whole person, I think that this is notable to be represented in the objectives at the National Institutes of Health level. They're also very interested in health promotion, health restoration, the ability to be resilient to stress and disease, certainly disease prevention, and also symptom management. An additional objective is really to emphasize the workforce. So to train additional researchers in complementary and integrative health research. And this is very important to us at NUNM. We do have a clinical research training program that's supported by NCCIH, and we train both complementary medicine providers, doctoral level providers, as well as PhDs in the clinical research methods as they relate to complementary medicine. NCCIH has done quite a good job of delineating their approach to research and some nice conceptual models about how to pursue whole person research and complementary medicine research, including, this is of course an image from NCCIH that really emphasizes the connections of the individual at the biologic level, behavioral, social, and environmental level, to the family, the community, and the overall population. And so as a public health researcher and public health advocate, I really favor and really value this orientation to traditional complementary integrative health research, is to think of it in the context of the public health, and not only the whole person, but also how the whole person interacts with other social units. NCCIH has also done a good job of delineating the continuum between health and disease, and are really very interested in ways to measure health in greater detail, and to really evaluate this continuum between health and disease in a mechanistic model, or excuse me, in a mechanistic manner, but also in a behavioral oriented manner. So really looking at the underpinnings of behavior. Why do people in some cases change their behavior, or in other cases are maybe less inclined to change their behavior? And all of these have underlying mechanisms that NCCIH is very interested in. Additionally, I think that they've done actually quite a good job of organizing some therapies as they relate to traditional complementary and integrative medicine, and putting these therapies in the context of other therapies available and used in medicine. So this is a rather complex image, but NCCIH coarsely divides their research interests into natural product research and also into mind and body practices, sort of represented here on this figure. And as represented here, natural products can really span the continuum between nutritional products as well as herbal medicines, dietary supplements, and represented here is the continuum between sort of natural products and traditional herbal medicines, even towards drug development potentially. As mentioned, the other area of research supported by NCCIH are mind and body practices. And I think the language here is really important because it's mind and body practices, not necessarily just mind-body practices. And they use this categorization to include many different sorts of modalities and therapies within complementary medicine, including meditation and breath, but also acupuncture and manual medicines such as adjustments and the use of water and heat and cold and other things. So I think this framework is very useful, and really helps us see the articulation and potential articulation of traditional complementary medicine practices with other areas of medicine. For the sake of time, I won't spend a lot of time talking about specific opportunities for research that's supported by the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, but there are many, and this is just a screenshot of some of the current research funding opportunities available in mind and body interventions. And NCCIH has done, I think, a good job of helping to prioritize and strategize a process of research in various therapies, things that would include feasibility trials and protocol development, mechanistic evaluations of how these therapies work, all the way through to more health services orientations, looking at multi-center clinical trials and effectiveness type research. So although funding through NCCIH is very competitive, there really are a lot of opportunities for investigator-initiated research to further evaluate these therapies. Similarly, this is just a slide representing some of the funding opportunities related to natural products and botanical medicines. And just very briefly, natural products are a large category of therapies for NCCIH, and it really includes everything from vitamins and minerals and food-derived bioactives, and also things like probiotics and prebiotics, as well as naturally derived drugs, and also drugs that are synthesized from natural compounds. So it's a wide umbrella, and under this umbrella of therapies, there actually are opportunities to look at traditional herbal medicine, for example. It often requires the necessary, characterization of therapies and again, understandings of mechanisms, but there are opportunities available for this type of research. The other main National Institute of Health that funds a lot of complementary medicine research is the National Cancer Institute, which has an office of cancer, complementary, and alternative medicine. The need for this is probably quite obvious, but of course, many patients with cancer turn to complementary and integrative health interventions as a means of helping to manage side effects and then also immune support and other strategies to help in their cancer care. And the National Cancer Institute is actually a much larger institute than the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. And their available budget for complementary medicine research is actually quite a bit larger than the budget for the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. So for those investigators and clinicians that have oncology-oriented research questions, the National Cancer Institute is a great source of funding. In addition to research that is funded by the National Institutes of Health in the United States, I think it's useful to consider where some of the research is being implemented and how the research is being done. That is where in the United States, but also where in terms of the setting for a lot of research in traditional medicine. And in the United States, there is a large academic consortium of integrative medicine centers. And so these are primarily conventional biomedical training institutions. In some cases, also have hospitals associated with their institutions and campuses in most cases. And there is a large network of these academic medical centers that do integrative medicine research and practice. This is a map that demonstrates where many of these centers are. Currently, there are about 60 academic medical centers that have integrative medicine represented in their services, and many of them do quite a bit of research to help advance either the integration of complementary medicine in their health system and or some of the more mechanistic type research in complementary medicine. These integrative medicine centers are networked in a couple of ways. There is a network referred to as BraveNet, which is a practice-based research network that connects many of these centers. And then there's also a network referred to as Premier, and that participate in a study called Premier. And Premier is a practice-based, an observational study that's practice-based in 17 BraveNet clinics in the United States. And this is a recent poster that was presented that evaluated changes in health-related quality of life in over 1,000 patients who were receiving integrative medicine services within the BraveNet network. So the development of practice-based research networks in integrative medicine is happening in the United States, and they are implementing some very nice research within those structures. A rather new development as we continue to talk about opportunities for research in complementary medicine in the United States. A rather new development is a Center for Collaborative Research in Complementary and Integrative Health that has emerged from within RAND. And I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with RAND, but RAND is a large health services research center. Its home base is in Santa Monica, California. It has a long history of excellence looking at health services research in our military in the United States, but also in many other areas of health and medicine. And under the leadership of Ian Coulter,
y bajo el liderazgo de Patricia Herman, han comenzado hace poco el Centro de Investigación Colaborativa en Medicina Complementaria e Integrativa, con varias instituciones entre la corporación de Rand y las instituciones para capacitar a los médicos en ejercicio en medicina complementaria e integrativa. La misión de este centro es desarrollar capacidades en este campo y buscar posibilidades de colaboración, sobre todo en las instituciones, con las instituciones de medicina colaborativa. Entonces, perdón, de medicina complementaria, porque Rand es realmente está poniendo sus esfuerzos y su energía en desarrollar capacidades en las instituciones existentes también de formación en los Estados Unidos. Este centro es muy nuevo y estamos muy interesados, estamos muy contentos de que se haya establecido y estamos muy interesados en ver cómo se desarrolla. Otra área importante en la que debemos pensar cuando hablamos de ese tipo de investigación, hay diferentes médicos, también acupunturistas y otros proveedores de medicina no tradicional que están promoviendo la investigación en sus propias prácticas privadas. Y esto es algo que también alentamos mucho y promovemos mucho por parte de la universidad, el tener para tener un grupo de médicos o proveedores de otros tratamientos en ejercicio en California, por ejemplo, buscando un programa de integrado o integrativo para, bueno, tengo una colega que está aquí ha comenzado un estudio, por ejemplo, con pacientes con una deficiencia de la función cognitiva, y está tratando de hacer un programa con un enfoque muy integral para tratarlos. Hay que subrayar que actualmente en los Estados Unidos solamente hay un estudio que está siendo llevado a cabo en los grandes centros de investigación o centros médicos, que es auspiciado por NIH, y hay los estudios o las investigaciones hechas por los profesionales en ejercicio. Quisiera hablarles de nuestro de nuestro propio instituto de la Universidad Nacional de Medicina Natural. Somos todavía somos todavía un tanto pequeños, solamente tenemos 20 colaboradores, pero representamos varios aspectos de investigación, y podemos decir que la investigación está procediendo con mucho entusiasmo. También trabajamos con las instituciones clásicas como alternativas de capacitación, de educación, y también trabajamos con profesionales en ejercicio y con personas con posgrados o con doctorados en diferentes especialidades médicas, en toxicología, en inmunología, en tratamiento de cáncer, en medicina clínica y por supuesto también con los profesionales de la medicina natural. Estamos viendo que es notable que ahora hay también fondos disponibles para la medicina, para las investigaciones en medicina complementaria y alternativa, sobre todo en colaboración con grandes centros de investigación, y estamos tratando de llevar a cabo un estudio clínico fase 2 aprobado por FDA para diálisis, por ejemplo. Yo creo que esto es algo notable, cómo es que las instituciones de medicina complementaria pueden participar en los estudios clínicos y que esto ya sea aprobado y regulado por la FDA. Entonces, varios de los estudios que tenemos tratan, por ejemplo, de mindfulness para el dolor de ciática o lumbosacral. También nos hemos centrado en la salud de nuestros propios estudiantes. Entonces, tratamos de ayudarlos en varias afecciones y tenemos una serie de investigaciones que están en curso. Quisiera señalar que tenemos varias publicaciones, les voy a mencionar unas cuantas. Nuestra investigación no es necesariamente representativa de todo lo que está sucediendo también en otros centros de los Estados Unidos, pero para resaltar el hecho de que hay grandes oportunidades de publicación que están disponibles con investigadores de medicina complementaria en los Estados Unidos y de hecho hay una revista médica centrada específicamente en este tipo de investigación. Y de hecho, esta es una gran oportunidad para la investigación de la medicina complementaria. Hemos publicado, por ejemplo, estudios sobre el proceso.
Medicine, which for some of you likely know that translational medicine is this concept of taking newly discovered interventions or interventions for which we don't yet have a lot of evidence and building the evidence and then ultimately translating them into practice. And so it's an interesting niche for many complementary medicine services and practices is to think of them as newly evolving translational medicine practices. And we've had natural product research published in the Journal of Translational Medicine. And then also, of course, mind-body research, which there are many fantastic journals. So there are more and more opportunities. I have personally found more and more openness to publishing complementary medicine research in these higher impact journals. And again, we're fortunate in the United States to have funding organizations such as the National Center for Complementary Integrative Health and the National Cancer Institute to help support research programs in these areas. So thank you very much again for the invitation to participate here today. I see some familiar names and some faces, so it's nice to know that you're all out there again. And yeah, I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan, for your speak. And I'd like to invite our second speaker. His name is Dr. Francis Green. Welcome, Dr. Francis. Dr. Francis is Emeritus Professor, Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine, University of Calgary. And he is Professor of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine Medical Staff, Foothills Medical Center in Calgary, Chief Scientific Officer for SMI Biotech Startup Company in Calgary, Sabel Inc. And he has background of more than 30 years like researcher. Very welcome, Dr. Francis.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me. I'm probably not up to the same degree of excellence of presentation as Dr. Bradley gave. I was so impressed with the situation in the United States compared with what the trials and tribulations we have in Canada. But can I share my screen and start my presentation? So I'd like to also, can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll apologize a bit for my croaky voice. Half of Western Canada is on fire, and I have asthma and I'm being affected by it. But this is, I was up in the mountains just a week ago, and this is what what the Canadian Rockies look like in early July. My disclosures are that I'm involved in 2 small biotech companies in Calgary, and the second one, Sabel, also has a presence in Lima in Peru. So I'm a research scientist and a academic and clinical pathologist. So my background is basically in research, and I think my main interest has been showing what the scientific basis is of the sort of complementary and integrative medical approaches. So that'll be a bit of the theme. I'm going to highlight the presentation with examples of some very fine research we have in Western Canada. And these are scientists that 4 of them have received the prestigious Dr. Rogers Prize for their accomplishments in TCIM research. And finally, I'd like to spend a bit of time on the current research we're doing, particularly on cellular vibration and showing its relationship to diseases. In particular, right now, we're showing it's related to cancer. So the overview is probably what you've heard many times over, that most of the Canadian population have used 1 or more types of TCIM treatments in a single year. And this wide use of TCIM justifies the need to search for research, both into efficacy and safety. Most universities and with medical school in Canada do provide information on TCIM in their curricula, but it's not uniform, although there are guidelines. But I can appreciate, being involved in medical school treatment, that there are so many new branches of medicine that it's very hard to give them all justice. There are also associated training programs in TCM. For example, the universities of Alberta, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and British Columbia. It's probably not a complete list, but they have very good programs. And those groups also have strong and integrated research programs. I don't have really time to discuss the funding situation, but it's not very good. We have the Canadian Institutes for Health Research, like the NIH in the US, but it doesn't have a division or a separate assignment to alternative and complementary medicine. So I'm going to highlight some CAM researchers in Western Canada. First of all, the 4 recipients of the Dr. Rogers Annual Award. This is a $250,000 prize for excellence in complementary and alternative medicine, and it's funded by Vancouver's Lottie and John Heck Memorial Foundation since 2007. And the four recipients of this award that I know are shown there. And I also want to add in an outstanding physician and spiritual, a teacher and a healer, artist, recipient of the Order of Canada, and friend of the Dalai Lama, Dr. Steve Nong, who's well known to this group. First of all, to Bud Rickey, he got the prize in 2009. He's a psychiatrist and holds a professorship at the University of Calgary. He's the research chair and founding member of the Canadian Institute of Natural and Integrative Medicine. And so his focus is mainly on mental health, spirituality, addictions, suicide prevention, particularly for youth. He's advisor to many groups. He's got a very strong research record, and he's done a lot of very good things in the public arena. One of these is the Breathing Room program. It's an app and online program that gives adolescents and young adults practical tools for coping with life's challenges. It's been clinically proven in trials. It's won awards. It now is available to over 80,000 young people throughout multiple educational institutions throughout the world, and it's available in multiple languages.
Dr. Francis, excuse me, can you
Yep.
put the complete presentation, because we have the problem that is very small. The complete.
Okay.
Yes,
Apologies.
sorry. Thank you.
No,
thank you.
no. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback. He's also, Dr. Ricky has also done a lot of charitable projects around the world, and the items he's involved in are shown there. So the first recipient of the Dr. Rogers, second one, Dr. Rogers Prize is Dr. Marju Verhoef, and she's a professor emerita and Canada Research Chair in Complementary Medicine at the University of Calgary. And thus she's a colleague of mine here. And she's done a lot of very important work from promoting science-based CAM from the very beginning. And she was co-founder and first president of the International Society of Complementary Medicine Research. She established the Canadian chapter of this and the Canadian Interdisciplinary Network of Complementary and Alternative Medicine, INCAM, with Dr. Heather Boom. The ISCMR does, the Canadian chapter of the ICMR does provide small research grants. She's also developed ways to approach research, including whole systems research, a multidisciplinary approach to address the complexities of CAM research. And she's developed a curriculum for the training of medical graduates. And she's written 215 research publications, numerous citations. And I think her overall thing about her is that she's emphasized improving the qualitative aspects of CAM research. And then we have Dr. Sunita Vohra. She's a professor in pediatrics, clinical epidemiology, and pharmacology at the University of Alberta. She got the 2013 Dr. Rogers Prize. And she's a respected leader in her field. And she's the founding director of Canada's first academic pediatric integrative program, CARE. And she helped establish the American Academy of Pediatrics section on integrative medicine, which she's now chairing. She's initiated novel clinical trials designs, including the use of N-of-1 studies, which is a multiple crossover trial performed in a single person. And it's a patient-centered approach, which overcomes some of the limitations of randomized controlled trials, because for most of those trials, they need very uncomplicated participants, only one disease. She studied many things, including sleep disorders, safety of pediatric acupuncture, probiotics, natural health products, vitamin D, and as I mentioned, novel clinical trial design, and a very prolific publication record. And the fourth one is Dr. Bonnie Kaplan. She's also University of Calgary and the 2019 Rogers winner. And she's also a pioneer in the CAM field known as nutritional psychiatry or nutritional psychology. She's written lots of papers and book chapters and trained many, many students. She's conducted many groundbreaking research studies showing that formulations of broad spectrum micronutrients can be used instead of psychotropic drugs to treat bipolar disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. In 2009, she led a team of 12 scientists to determine the relationships between maternal nutrient intake before, during, and after gestation on maternal mood, birth outcome, and neurodevelopment of the infant. She's a founding member of the International Society of Nutritional Psychiatry Research. She's a very good communicator and has done lots of interviews, blogs, and educational training videos. And the fifth one, and then I'll get onto the research we're doing in Calgary. Dr. Rang, I think you're all aware of. He's a pioneer in integration of Western traditional Chinese and complementary medicine. And being a Buddhist, he combines that with stressing compassionate care, which is probably the most important aspect of his amazing abilities to heal. He initiated the certificate program of medical acupuncture at the University of Alberta in 1991, and he brought the Third World Congress of Medical Acupuncture and Medicine to Edmonton, and again in 2000. He was visiting professorships around the world and teaches worldwide. He practices and teaches a large number of different things, and some of them quite interesting, like Qigong and traditional Chinese medicine and calligraphy. And he's written quite a few books on that. He was inducted into the Order of Excellence in 2002, invested as a member of the Order of Canada in February 2006 by the Governor General, shown there on the right hand of the image at the top left. It's been for me, it's been an inspiration and privilege to work with Dr. Ong for his worldview and compassion. So I want to just talk about, hopefully briefly, I won't run out of time, the research we've been doing at the University of Calgary. At the last, the International Congress recently in Lima, Peru, I presented our development of herbal medicine from Peru in conjunction with Dr. Jose Cabanillas and Dr. Martha Villar. And then with Stephen Ong, we made a video of cellular qi using high resolution live cell microscopy. And this unedited footage of cells imaged in real time shows how nature dances at the cellular level and how friendly bacteria within our cells keep us alive. Those friendly bacteria known as mitochondria. We've also established the scientific basis of the Buteyko breathing technique for asthma, and it's now in clinical use. And with Dr. Matthias Amrain, we're investigating cellular vibrations. So in the interest of time, I'll show you one slide of proof of the Buteyko technique. Dr. Buteyko, a physician in Russia in the 1960s and 70s, by training them to breathe very slowly and reduce their carbon dioxide in the lungs. He basically said that asthma was caused by hyperventilation and a lack of carbon dioxide. In this experiment that I'm going to show you here, we induced asthma in a sheep. We constricted the airways with both allergen, but in this case, methacholine. And then we gave a treatment supplemented with a bit of extra carbon dioxide. This is pre-treatment, open airways, closed airways. Notice the airways are almost completely closed. So that was a pretty impressive experiment, and we found that we're getting the same results in human asthmatics. And Dr. Buteyko, his alternative medical treatment for asthma, had a sound scientific basis. More recently, though, I've been working with Dr. Matthias Amrain, here, a biophysicist, looking at cellular vibration. One of the things I've worked with is the most high resolution light microscope ever developed by a Canadian inventor, Dr. Tim Regerson. And I have this in my lab, and we can image cells right into the cell in real time using very low amounts of light. This just shows you a pond creature. There's hundreds of thousands of these, and different species and different things. But the ones that are green, obviously, are doing photosynthesis. And these round circular balls are the chloroplasts, where sunlight is converted into energy. and with the release of oxygen. And when I was imaging this, I thought, this is really interesting. This motion here is Brownian, this random Brownian motion. This was written about by Einstein in 1890s. And he attributed this boiling motion to the effects of random interactions between molecules at high speed. When I saw it, I thought, this has to be a motor. So it's Brownian motion. So I Googled Brownian motor and found the mathematicians and scientists have been over this for a long time. And now there's abundant proof that a lot of biological processes like photosynthesis are basically quantum phenomenon. So basically you're looking at a quantum phenomenon that is capturing energy. We imaged fresh blood from a normal individual, probably mine. And it goes onto a slide. And what you're seeing here is the red blood cells, which are typical donut shapes. This is a neutrophil with its multi-lobe nucleus and the granules. And these things are platelets which induce the clotting. So that's the still image, but let's now see it in motion. First of all, notice that the red cells are vibrating at about 70 hertz. And it's been shown that as they get old, they start vibrating slower. Or if you have diabetes, they go down to about 60 hertz. And I think that's probably the way in which they're removed from the circulation by the spleen. There's a recognition system. Notice that the kickboxing neutrophil is actually checking out all those red blood cells. It's not a random event. And so I began to wonder what was going on. And I thought, well, this could be a recognition system that the cells have the ability to recognize their frequencies and their vibrations. So we started looking at some breast cancer cells. And this is a sample of breast cancer in culture. The bright blue stain is the DNA stain for the nucleus. And again, you can see that there's a lot of movement going on. And that's the same one again. And I'm going to also show you some brain cancer cells. I want you to watch this video. This cell here is a malignant glioma cell, very, very malignant brain cancer. This cell, I don't know for sure what it is, but I suspect it might be a lymphocyte. And the way they interact is very interesting. So here they are. Initially, you can tell there's a good interaction between the cell on the right and the larger cell. There you can see the organelles moving around, very disorganized cytoplasm and movement. And what you're going to see in a few seconds is some blabbing of the cytoplasm. And this is probably the best footage you'll see of apoptosis. Apoptosis is the situation where cells commit suicide. And once it's initiated, that cell has to die. And this blabbing is typical of that process. So this cancer cell is going to die. The cell on the right is not going to die, which makes me think it's a lymphocyte and that what it did was actually kill that cancer cell. So we thought we'd study brain cancers in more detail. We have a very eminent neurosurgeon here in Canada who's invented the Canada sort of equivalent, the brain, remote brain surgery, robotic arm. And we've got, with Dr. Amram, we have atomic force microscopy, which can measure vibratory signatures to very high frequencies, up to several 100,000 hertz. And we're showing that all cells have unique vibrational signatures, and cells of the same lineage have near identical ones, which is important. We postulated that malignant cells would have different frequencies and that from their cell of origin, and it would differ from malignant ones. And in collaboration with this surgeon, Dr. Sutherland, we tested this hypothesis, and Dr. Sultan Nelson, a graduate student at the time, was responsible for the studies. This is the data we got. We got 3 specimens. We got samples of normal brain, which is A, and these are taken when people have surgery for epilepsy, where they remove the focus. We got samples from 3 patients with the highly malignant glioblastoma, and then we had patients with a benign tumor, meningioma, also derived from neural tissue. And this shows the root mean square of the overall energy of the system, and it's a good index of how metabolically active these cells are. And here you can see the normal brain, which is higher than baseline. And then the glioma patients are significantly higher than everything else. The meningioma patients are very similar to the, well, they're between the malignant cells and the normal cells. Sorry, they're similar to the normal cells. If you look at the spectra, this is the normal brain. The glioma has maybe a hint of the normal, but mainly abnormal peaks. This only shows up to 50 hertz, and I say we can go up to several 100,000 hertz. And the meningioma resembles the normal brain. And I hope this plays, and then I'm nearly done. I hope that's audible to you. I liken this to the waves on a beach. This is the meningioma, the benign tumor of the brain. Very monotonous sequence of sound. This one's a bit soft and it's hard to hear, but it's a very unnerving, grating sort of sound, which is the glioma. So we apologies for this. So what we concluded was the root mean square of the vibratory signal of the malignant glioma was statistically greater than normal brain. And that's been shown to correlate with metabolic activity, which fits with it being a cancer. The spectral signal of the malignant cells were very different from the benign tumor and the normal brain. The signals from the benign tumor and normal brain were similar, but could be easily distinguished by the human ear. Now, the reason we did all this work was because this surgeon who's developed robotic surgery systems, he wants us to develop a probe, like the point of a ballpoint pen, that he could put on the resection margins of the brain when he's removing a malignant tumor. That way he can distinguish the normal brain from the tumor and spare unnecessary removal of the normal brain tissue. So we think this technique will be used to treat cancers. Certainly could be used to diagnose cancers. And I haven't shown the data here, but we've also done experiments where we show that we can actually change the physical structure of an anatomic thing with sound directly. And that's would have to be for another time. So conclusions, Canada has an active, broad-based and accomplished scientific community. We have a very supportive regulatory system for CAM. The support for TCIM research is very deficient, nothing like what you have in the States. There are no basic programs by federal and provincial levels that specifically target TCIM. So it's largely been funded by charitable foundations, philanthropy, and professional organizations such as NCAM. We can also apply for NIH grants as well, which is really helpful, and I appreciated the previous Dr. Bradley's talk. In this presentation, I focus on the achievements of academics in Western Canada, who I think are representative of a lot of the major centers. And I show some examples of Canadian research. I think cellular vibratory research is going to be really important. A lot of treatment modalities in TCIM assume that vibration is healing. Vibration can also be damaging as well. But I mean, to put it on a scientific basis, and I think there's a potential actually for using this and feeding back a resonant frequency back into the cancer, that you could either nudge the cancer back into a normal cell, or you, by using a resonant frequency like an opera singer shattering a glass, you could actually destroy the cancer cell. So I'd like to thank you and for your patience, and also acknowledge Dr. Stephen Ong, Dr. Martha Villar, Dr. Badariki, and the master student, now lab manager, Rachel Githambi, who's in my laboratory. I'm stopping the share, and
thank you so much, Dr. Francis Green, for your wonderful presentation. I am so impressed with
thank you for the compliment. I was a bit challenged because I didn't have a lot to, like the previous Dr. Bradley's presentation, I didn't have a lot to say about all these marvelous research grants that are available in the US. But could you hear the tumor? That was one question I had for you. Could you hear the cancers?
So, I am back. I'd like to invite our third speaker. Could you present Ricardo, please?
No. It's shared already. Já está aqui.
Bienvenida, doutora Jéssica Maria Garcia Vivas. Doutora Jéssica Maria Garcia Vivas, ela é jefe del Laboratorio de Investigación en Homeopatía de la Escuela Nacional de Medicina y Homeopatía del Instituto Politécnico.
Head of the research laboratory in homeopathy at the National School of Medicine and Homeopathics of the National Polytechnical Institute in Mexico. She studied at UNAM. She's a specialist in homeopathic therapy by the IPN. She is a professor on molecular biomedical sciences, and she has a PhD in biotechnology sciences.
Jefa del Laboratorio de Investigación en Homeopatía de la ANMI.
She is head of the research laboratory on homeopathics at the ENMNH. She works in general and community medicine for the Mexican government. Welcome, doctor. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, that happens. We change from English to Spanish and then Portuguese also. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you all. Thanks to Dr. Martha Villar.
Presentation is in Spanish. I'm so sorry and excuse me, but I don't think that it will be much better in Spanish, in English, sorry. Bueno, ya, voy a empezar a
Okay,
presentar.
I'm going to start by showing my screen.
Y tengo que presentar mi pantalla.
Let me show my screen.
Okay. Listo. Bueno,
Okay, very well. This is my presentation. I'm going to talk about research in Mexico. As you see, I work more on molecular biology and homeopathy, but thank you for this invitation. And I will talk about everything concerning traditional and complementary medicine in Mexico. Yes, in yesterday's session, as it was commented in yesterday's session, Mexico acknowledges homeopathy, herbal medicine, chiropractic, and acupuncture. We have schools, it's well regulated. There are a few things in which we still need to work, but officially, these are acknowledged. These for complementary alternative medicines in healthcare processes and the healthcare system in Mexico. As we know, Mexico has a huge history on medicinal plants, according to studies. We're the second country where there is the largest number of medical plants. So we are second to China. This means that we have lots of plants, and we have had studies on medicinal plants for many years. But chiropractic, it's similar to osteopathy. So it is more easy to identify. It's not exactly the same thing, but these are movements aiming at correct position of your backbone through those movements. Homeopathy in Mexico is very well acknowledged. It's very common. We even have a saying that states that when something is too difficult, you say, well, you can't do that even with herbs. So homeopathy is part of medicine in our country, very common in our country. Human acupuncture is also acknowledged. In fact, some hospitals have a group of acupuncturist doctors who have helped particularly in pain clinics. However, Mexico is not only limited to herbal medicine or to medicinal plants. Traditional medicine in Mexico is much more complex. We have a great diversity of indigenous groups in almost all of Mexico. And this also implies having a different world vision. Each people has its own world vision, and they use plants or they use other elements that only depend on their world vision or on the access to plants they have in their region. This is very interesting because much of the research made, particularly on medicinal plants, puts all this world vision aside. This is more of a mystic character. It has to do with energies, and they simply devote to chemical components. And it's there that I say that it's important to give traditional medicine as such its own importance, and not only the herbal part of it. As we know, as it was said yesterday by Dr. Almaguer, Mexico published the first book in America on medicinal plants. It's known as the De la Cruz Vadiano Codex. It was written in 1552 in Nahuatl by Martín de la Cruz, an indigenous person, and then it was translated into Latin by Juan Vadiano. This document was taken to Spain. It stayed in Europe for many years, but in 1990 it came back to our country. This codex, the first book we have. Well, in Mexico, we have very many plants, approximately between 3,000 to 4,000 used medicinal plants. We have 3,000 that are recorded, and we know about 1,500 more that they are being analyzed. The most used are about 250 plants. Almost 80% of the Mexican population has used the herbal medicine. In Mexico, commonly, infusions are just a drink. In Mexico, it's very common to use them to treat diarrhea, the flu, inflammations, or some injuries you might have. These are infusions or herbal teas, and they are locally used too, topically, for baths and some treatments, also for aromatherapy and poultices as well. And it's very common in Mexico. Almost 80% of the population has ointed, tried, smelled, tested, used medicinal plants. It's very common. Something very interesting is that in 1990, we integrated the Mexican Traditional Medicine Library. There, we have around 2,000 plant species that were analyzed. They're divided in 183 families. 28% are trees, 28% are bushes, and 44% herbs. In the case of trees and bushes, well, you can have the roots or the leaves or the flowers or the bark, etc. They were very strict in validating their scientific names. And all the species that are not well identified are outside this group. Any person can have access to this digital library. You go into the internet and you write Biblioteca Digital de la Medicina Tradicional Mexicana, and you will see this. Now I'm going to stop and get into the website so you can take a look at it. I'm going to share how this page works. It's very interactive. You can have access to whatever you're looking for. This website respects cultural aspects in the case of traditional medicine. I'll click on traditional medicine and you can open the page and you will see the state of the country and the different ethnic groups in those states, and you can choose whatever you want. Purépecha, which is in Michoacán, or Maya, which is the best known because it expanded more. It has a very, it is in a very pretty area. And if I go to Maya, it will explain who the Mayas are, how they are, what their origin is, what plants they keep. We are safeguarding the cultural aspect. Also, we talk here about who are those who provide care. Like, for example, the herbal healer or the therapist, the plants they use to, the common diseases they treat, like, for example, diarrhea, problems with bilis, problems in the eyes, etc. And you have the names for those conditions or diseases. This is very interesting work. If you want to know what plants are used in each one, you can look for the plants and their names. And then I'll go back to flora here. This is Mexican indigenous medicinal flora. Again, the Mexican Republic, and I can see the plants in Tepehuana del Sur or the Mayas de Quintana Roo. What are the used plants, how they are called? We go back to Mayas, but I think they are the best known all over the world. So we go back to them. Well, they're very well known together with the Aztecs. Oh, here we see where they are. The Spanish names, for example, Arnica, for example. Some countries are a bit Maya. Ik. I only know that ik means star. If if I'm not mistaken, I don't know Maya, but that's what I know. So they tell us what the plant is, its scientific name, what it is used for, and how it's used. Like, for example, in this case, directly on an injury. So you have to grate or scratch the injury, and then you apply on it. And in each case, they tell you how this plant is prepared according to each ethnic group. Plants used by ethnic groups are used differently according to ethnic groups. They use them for one thing or another too. This very interesting page has respected all of this culture we have in Mexican traditional medicine. So you can have access to it. It's very easy and very educational. I'll go back to my presentation now. Here it is. Well, this, as I showed you, there are many groups working on herbal medicines. They work on the compounds and do not take too much care about the world vision, as I said, but homeopathy is one of the accepted medicines in Mexico. It has been acknowledged since 1893. However, it was used since 1850. Concerning research, there is very little productivity. A very brief search showed 128 articles in more than 10 years. It means that In Mexico, we have a lot of clinical experience with homeopathy, but there's no information production. And I think now that I am in the TCIM network in Latin America, I think that happens all over Latin America. We want to carry out incredible research as Francis's, and sometimes we would like to work also on our clinical experience, but we need to do research and publish. So part of my experience at the National School for Medicine and Homeopathy, as I was introduced, I can say that we are trying to foster research theses among students. Our National School of Medicine and Homeopathy, it's something I'll be talking about on next Saturday, because we're going to be talking about training, right? So they both study conventional medicine and all of its aspects, plus homeopathy. They take a course of homeopathy from basis to treatment. And there's a specialty too. And we try to generate or to put this seed in our students so they do research. Among the main research lines, we have um, cellular lines, research on cellular lines connected to breast cancer, cervical uterine cancer with homeopathic medicine. We have had calendula and tuya or tuja with more relevant results. In the school and other research centers, the CIMESTAB also researched arsenicum for arsenicum for breast cancer in our labs. We have other works in other hospitals. They have been working with taking samples of secretions of sick patients. It can be blood, saliva, pharynx exudation, and with the same way in which we prepare homeopathic medicines, we prepare a biological medicine from the patient, and it is given to the same patient. Agro homeopathy is very much developed in the other university, the Chapingo University. They have been giving homeopathic medicines for farms with very good results. Plants grow very well. They produce fruits on a very timely basis. They're like good fertilizers without having chemical compounds. And when we have had tests, homeopathic element or medicine is prepared with the same pest. The animal is like crushed and it's applied to the plant, and then the plant can fight that disease. That's the so-called autognosis. And for patients, it's very good for allergic rhinitis, thrombocytopenic purpura. I had a student who worked on this, and this patient told his classmates and his mates at the hospital, and they went with him, and he's having more and more patients, and they all come out in good condition. Their lab results are more and more stable each time, and that's been very interesting. And we also have to publish those works.
There is, for example, a thesis about patients, elderly patients that are taking a lot of medication, and so they are constipated, and this is where the homeopathic medication helps them a lot. And there are many projects and studies about depression from the same medical students, depression in women because of menopause, etc. There are a series of research being done on that. There was another on anxiety by another student that also provided some very good results. And presently, well, this is one of the articles published from the homeopathic hospital. She did an analysis. The student did that analysis where she describes the emotional state thanks to the MRS, menopause rating scale, that classifies emotional states, giving a specific medication to these patients according to their symptoms. And for COVID-19, we did research in order to help control this disease with a proposal where we had preventive treatments and also treatments for different stages of the disease. We set up these types of posters for the treatments so that people could take them preventively. And for those colleagues that were homeopathic doctors and that wanted to give this treatment for convalescence or treatment. And these were some of the results that were, well, there was a study done, and of 100% of patients that were taking preventive medication, only 6% got sick, and the symptoms were very, very low, just 1 or 2 days of fever or headaches. And well, the tests were positive, but they had almost no symptoms. None of them had any other problems. And from the patients that were already sick, well, it was about how they were treated, and none of them was hospitalized. They were treated with homeopathic medication during the symptomatic stage. And this is also, and we also used medication for convalescence, and the great majority of these patients are okay now. And all of these patients were positive to COVID tests. These were the medications used, and here we have it. And we have a summary. The follow-up was done only to 23 patients that were convalescent, and none of the patients had to go to a hospital and had to be hospitalized. So this is a protocol that was designed and that has worked quite well. It was replicated and shared with several groups of homeopathic physicians. And for example, Dr. Dalia in Oaxaca did a very interesting study with Dr. Hernan, and not only to patients, but also to the physicians in certain clinics. Non-homeopathic physician also accepted these treatments in a clinic in San Luis Potosí, and none of the physicians got sick and took care of their families, and it was a very good response. And what else do we know? Now, changing to acupuncture, I only have 20 minutes left. While in acupunctures, there is a lot more information in Mexico with articles about acupunctures, and they have developed a better strategy to publish in homeopathics. The publications are not as accepted as in acupuncture, and this is well, and we would have to use strategies that we don't know if we can do something about it, but in acupuncture, it's much more measurable and quantifiable the response for the response. And the National School of Medicine and Homeopathy, it has a specialized courses for acupuncture, but there at the school, the main areas that are studied is the management of pain. There is a group from the National Institute of Cancerology in Mexico for palliative care for cancer patients. And well, their quality of life improves a lot, and this is very interesting because the patients not only get care, but are not the only ones to get care, but many of the physicians and nurses also ask for acupuncture sessions, and it helps them a lot. So it's not only for diseases, but as Dr. Nan says, it's to take care of the healers themselves, to take care of the caregivers, our physicians and our nurses, so that they can be more efficient in their work. They also work on rehabilitation, and there is a big study group about acupuncture and metabolic diseases, especially the obesity and diabetes. As a part of my PhD work, I also worked with acupuncture for obesity, and we studied the response to certain acupuncture treatments regarding, for example, adiposines in order to control weight. And we worked with several groups, and we had almost 200 patients, all of them women. We gave them the treatment. I took some samples and did the analysis, etc. And we tried out several acupuncture strategies, such as long needle, short needles, etc. And here we found that this technique to have of the insertion of certain type of needle, we did we had a very good response with this treatment of acupuncture. We also used a little bit of moxobustion. And these are the results we obtained. We did it with a micro arrangement, which is a molecular medicine strategy that allows you to measure the whole genome and see which genes are not expressing themselves appropriately and others are overexpressing themselves. And we're able to observe that of these patients before and after a treatment, there were differences, responses. Most of the genes were modulated, and they were involved in this metabolic effects. And we did a lot of research of different genes. And what we observed was that what we observed the genes involved in reducing weight in reducing resistance to insulin and to lower the levels of triglycerides. And so, well, I had contact with the patients. It was very interesting because I took the samples and let them and took them to the laboratory, but I also had interaction with the patient. And there were patients that were saying, I'm not so hungry. And there were physicians, colleagues doing the treatment, and the patient said, I'm not hungry anymore. That's enough. So many patients required us, and we try to find out what the genes were in order to, well, we involved a series of genes, and we found a possible mechanism of about the genes that were modulated. Yes, well, I'm almost finished. We did an analysis, and we also that also involved cancer genes, and we continued working on that. This is a an article by one of our students, an undergraduate student, and he did all that and sent it to a magazine from from India, to a journal from India, and now they can and then other students also have the illusion of publishing their work. So so thank you a lot, and sorry for the delay.
Jessica. Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan, for your invaluable contribution to this meeting. I especially liked the phrase, a transformed healthcare system promotion integrative medicine and health for all. I strongly agree with your wish, and I hope that we can achieve this goal more and more in Brazil and in all other countries in the America. The open studies for Crohn's disease, low back pain, depression, and others are very, very interesting. And the USA, I studied there in the Arizona University, and I know that the best investments in the integrative medicine in America. It's in America. Dr. Francis showed us the wonderful work of our colleagues who deservedly received an award for their excellence research and dedication. I have worked with atomic force microscopy in patients with refractory anemia secondary to myelodysplastic syndrome, and it is amazing what the image can tell us about the phenomenon and highlight the complexity of the scope of integrative approaches. We have to unify our forces in the America to make our practice and research more and more fundable. And my dear friend Jessica, I share with her the passion for homeopathy. I am homeopathic. I am homeopathic doctor too. And Dr. Jessica brought us the richness of the diversity of Mexico with medicinal plants and the strong presence of spirituality as part of the traditional approach of the Mexican people, surprising me with the notice of the Mexico is the second more, in my opinion, the Brazil, but and immense gratitude for having shared the page where we could enjoy the information about Mexico. Your job of bringing together molecular biology and homeopathy is magnificent. So I express my sincere thanks to you for the opportunity to know and learn more about everything that is being done around the America, in USA, in Canada, Dr. Ryan, Dr. Francis, and Dr. Jessica. Really, my profound, I am grateful. We have run out of time and we will more one conference, and I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Alexander.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Dr. Alexander Moreira Almeida é professor associado de professor associado de psiquiatria em la Faculdade de Medicina de la Universidade Federal de Juiz de Fora e fundador e diretor do Centro de Investigação em Espiritualidade e Saúde, Brasil. Presidente da secção de Espiritualidade da Associação Psiquiátrica Latinoamérica. Presidente e fundador da secção de Espiritualidade da Associação Brasileira.
Chairman of the Brazilian Association of Psychiatry, and he's also a coordinator on WPA, Spirituality and Religion in Psychiatry. He was trained as a conductual psychiatrist, and he had earned a scholarship at Duke University, was vice dean deputy dean at UFJF, and he's the author of more than 100 articles published in review in different magazines or journals and chapters also. Welcome, Alexander.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction and congratulations for this Congress. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and share with you some of our findings, our studies. Okay, my plan is to have a brief talk and then have about 5 minutes for questions and answer. Well, my idea basically is to present the biopsychosocial spiritual approach to health and how can we do this in clinical practice in an ethical way and evidence-based way. Well, most of the things that I will present here are related to the World Psychiatric Association position statement that was published a few years ago. This position statement about the integration of spirituality and religion and psychiatry can also be translated to other aspects of clinical practice. And it's available in Portuguese, English, Spanish, French, Chinese, Arabian, at the website of the section on spirituality of the World Psychiatric Association. And also about this book that we are editing that will be released this August by Oxford University Press. We put together 35 different authors from 11 countries discussing in a cross-cultural approach, how can we effectively integrate spirituality in clinical care, especially regarding mental health. But specifically first, what is the meaning of religion and of spirituality? What is the specificity of spirituality that distinguishes it from other aspects of human life? We, with other authors, we defend the idea that spirituality is the relationship with the transcendent realm of reality that is considered sacred, the ultimate truth or reality. If we see all spiritual traditions throughout the world and throughout times, basically all of them has some connection with some transcendental realm or beings. It could be God, gods, angels, spirits, ancestors, whatever. But there is always this connection with this transcendental realm that is the ultimate truth, the utmost importance. Because of that, it's also sacred. Spirituality can occur inside a community, a group that shares beliefs, experience, and practices. This institutional aspect of spirituality is what we call religion. So, of course, it's possible to have spirituality without religion, but by large, most of the world's population experiences their spirituality in a religious environment. Just to give an idea, this is the most recent worldwide survey about religious affiliation from the Pew Research Center. We can see here that 84% of the world population has some religious affiliation. Only 16% of the world's population declares having no religious affiliation, but most of them have some spiritual beliefs or practices. So as we can see, it's really, really very prevalent in the world, but even higher in America, both North America and Latin America. So as we can see here, this is very, very important. It's not only that, but the projections for the next few decades is that it will even increase the number of religious people. And according to the more reliable predictions, only the unaffiliated will decrease. So that means that people who declare being religiously affiliated will be even higher in the next decades. Okay, so but what is the impact of spirituality on mental health? We have nowadays thousands of studies, of empirical studies, investigating the connection between spirituality, religiosity, and mental health, and health as a whole, but most of these studies are regarding mental health. Usually, higher levels of religion of spirituality are usually associated. These are the most consistent findings. Lower general mortality, lower life expectancy, higher lower expectancy, lower levels of depression, suicidal behavior, substance use and abuse, and higher levels of quality of life, well-being, and human flourishing. Of course, there is always the dark side of the force, like Star Wars. So there are also the negative impacts. For example, the negative use of spirituality, like the negative religious coping, and also conflicts about treatment, are related with worse quality of life, higher levels of depression, and even of mortality. Just to give some examples about the impact, even in general health, in the hardest health outcome that we have, that is death. So this is a very good and large study from the Harvard University, from the group from Harvard University, from Tyler van der Wielen. They follow up for 16 years, 74,000 people. What they found is after adjusting for many clinical and socioeconomic and socio-demographic variables, people who attend at least once a week a religious service, throughout the 16 years follow-up, they had half of mortality. So saying the other way, people who did not attend a religious service at all, they died twice as much as those who attended on a weekly basis. And what are the mechanisms by which religious attendance can impact religious mortality in such a strong way? They found here the main mediator. The first one, and the most important, 23% of that decrease is about social integration. So as we know, religious communities foster social integration, living in family with friends and things like that. And social integration is an important predictor of mortality. The second mediator was current smoking. People who were more religious smoked less. So because of that, they died less. In addition, lower depressive symptoms, it explained 11% of that decrease. And then higher levels of optimism. So if we can see here, we can see that spirituality can impact health through social aspects. As we said, we are bio-psycho-social spiritual beings. But this distinction is more didactic way to make this distinction, because they are always interconnected. For example, church attendance, a measure of religious involvement, impacts mortality through social aspects, for example, social integration, through behavior, like curative smoking, through psychological aspects, like depressive symptoms and optimism. So it's always interconnected. So the same group from Harvard University, they followed up about 9,000 people for 14 years. What they found was that people who attended religious services at least once a week, they died 6 times less from suicide during this 14 years follow-up. Basically, we don't have any health predictor of suicide that is as strong as this, 6 times impact. And so this impact was controlling for socio-demographic and other clinical variables. Okay. And specifically regarding treatment, as we are talking here about complementary treatment, integrative medicine, this is a systematic review from a group of colleagues here from Brazil. They investigated religious and spiritual interventions in mental health care. This is one example, for example, about the impact of spiritual interventions in anxiety symptoms. And they found a protective effect, decreasing the levels of anxiety symptoms based on spiritually integrated treatments. We will discuss a bit later what would be this kind of spiritually integrated. So we have good evidence from good clinical trials, double-blind clinical trials about the impact of spiritual interventions on mental health, for example. It's also very, very important to emphasize that we do not need to deny, of course, scientific knowledge or the biopsychosocial aspects of health to talk about spirituality. If you really would like to have a greater or a comprehensive or integrated approach of human beings, we must have a biopsychosocial spiritual approach. Of course, here in this talk, I'm emphasizing more the spiritual side of human beings, but of course, I'm not denying the other aspects. Because if we think health as a dynamic balance between pathogenic and salutogenic factors, all of us have pathogenic factors, biological, psychological, sociological, and spiritual factors. And all of us have salutogenic factors. For example, biological factors, pathogenic, pathological factors, biological, for example, genetics. I may have some genetics for depression or genetics for hypertension. I can have another biological factor, a bad diet habit. I may eat just junk food, for example. I may be a sedentarian person. These all are biological pathogenic factors. But we also may have salutogenic biological factors, such as, for example, physical activity, good diet, using medications properly, and things like that. So the main focus in preventive medicine and also in treatment is decreasing the pathogenic factors and increasing the salutogenic factors to make this balance, the scale, tip to the salutogenic side. This is the major goal of our intervention. And because of that, because of all this evidence, as I said previously, the World Psychiatric Association published a position statement with guidelines about how can we integrate spirituality in clinical practice, specifically because spirituality and religion are relevant to the origin, to the understanding and treatment of psychiatric disorders, as well as patients' attitudes toward the illness. So it must be central to clinical and academic psychiatry, okay? And one of the most important aspects of spiritual integration of treatments is taking a spiritual history. It's just asking a patient, For example, during social history, I usually ask where do they live, with which other people do they live, and also I ask if they have hobbies, if they do exercise, and then I ask, do you have, by the way, any religion or spirituality? If they say yes, I have, and I say, okay, tell me more about this. How important is it to your life? What is your religion, your spirituality? How your religion and spirituality impacts the way you are dealing with your health issues or with your stressors nowadays, in a positive way and also in a negative way. And how do you think you can integrate your spiritual resources in your recovering, in increasing your salutogenic factors? This is just doing this, just asking, taking a short spiritual history. Several studies have found that patients rate much better the quality of the treatment that they receive, because, of course, they understand that they are being evaluated by or treated by their clinicians as a whole human being, not just as a bunch of symptoms or of organs. So, as I said previously, so some practical guidelines about how can we integrate religion and spiritual interventions in clinical practice. And also, we have a paper that is in press now at the Journal of Religion and Health. We analyzed all controlled clinical trials of cognitive behavioral therapy that integrates spirituality. So we analyzed this kind of interventions that were proved to be effective, and we selected what are the actual interventions that they are doing. How can we translate this to the clinician who is doing this? So the first point, as I said previously, is taking a spiritual history. Taking a spiritual history, as I said previously, is asking, do you have a spirituality or religion? What is this spirituality and this religion? How important is it to you, to your life, and how you are dealing and coping with your health issues, with your stressors and things like that? Are you part of some community, or some religious group or spiritual group? And how would you like for us to address these issues? This is taking a spiritual history. And some studies show that we can spend only 3 to 5 minutes in taking spiritual history, and just this may have an impact. And in addition, a very important aspect is to have a collaborative approach with the patient, exploring potential useful spiritual resources. This is very, very important. When we are talking about including spirituality in treatment, it must be patient-centered approach. The point is not I, as a clinician, to impose my beliefs, my religious or my anti-religious beliefs on my patients. What really matters to me is what matters to the patient. So this is why we need to ask patients about their religion, their spirituality, and try to understand how they can be used in a positive way to increase the salutogenic factors. So this is, I cannot stress this enough. So this must be patient-centered, never imposing our views, because of course it will be not ethically proper doing that. So in this collaborative approach, exploring potential useful spiritual resource, for example, I can ask patients, in which ways your spirituality has been useful for you throughout your life, and even nowadays. Is there any sort of religious or spiritual practice that you had in the past that was useful for you, but you abandoned that? Perhaps you could resume this. It's the similar way that we do in other aspects of patients' life. For example, if they have hobbies, if they practice some sport, or if they have good social relationships. And of course, we tend to stimulate them to resume these health habits and health aspects of their lives. So We can ask patients, for example, about reading religious texts, reading and meditating on these religious texts. It can be effective. The cognitive framework, how they make sense of life, of death, of disease, of stressors. We know that meaning of life is essential. Meaning of life has impact on even mortality and quality of life and things like that. And we know a major source of meaning of life and also meaning of the suffering comes from religious and spiritual sources. So perhaps reframing what they are dealing with in a benevolent spiritual way can be very positive. For example, when they are struggling with some stressors, for example, unemployment, disease, whatever, quite often religious people think, well, God will never give me anything higher than I can really cope with, heavier than something that I can cope with. Or it must have some lesson that I can learn from this. Or I can do whatever I can, the best I can, and the rest I trust in God and leave in God's hands. These are some benevolent cognitive reappraisals from positive religious coping that have been proved to be effective for many patients. Religious rituals, healing rituals, laying on of hands, other religious practices that can be useful for patients. Listening to or watching religion and spiritual problems. We know that nowadays in pandemic times, it has been more and more frequent. Prayer, meditation, regular prayer, regular meditation, and even the community service, voluntary work, attending religious services, deeper integration with their faith communities. This can be part of behavioral activation of patients to overcome depression and social isolation, things like that. So these are some examples of evidence-based aspects of spirituality that can be integrated in a culturally sensitive way to our patients' treatment. The importance of integrating faith communities to mental health, to public health, it has been recognized and acknowledged by many high-level publications. For example, The Lancet, the journal The Lancet, published a few years ago a specific series in faith-based healthcare. So American Journal of Public Health also published recently editorial about the partnership between public health agencies and faith communities. And even a book has been published recently. So there is much more to be explored in public health in partnership with the spiritual and religious communities. So in summary, this clinical integration must be, as I said previously, patient-centered, not prescribing, not imposing. Valuing the spiritual aspect is not neglecting the physical, mental, and social aspects. We as clinicians also need to explore our own worldview and our own religion and spiritual issues, because sometimes it can interfere with our treatment with patients, and also have an open-minded approach with a genuine interest and respect by patients' beliefs, values, and experiences. And some people question if there is trespassing of ethical boundaries. As we said previously, it's not, because we will never impose anything. This is a study with almost 500 Brazilian psychiatrists. And it's interesting because most of psychiatrists in Brazil recognize the importance of integrating spirituality, but most of them do not integrate. Why? Because they had no training, because they are fearing exceeding the role of doctor. So they were not trained, so they do not know how to do it and how to do in a not so much time-consuming way. So a good training is essential to overcome this. So why should we integrate spirituality in clinical care? As we put here in the introduction of that book, Spirituality and Clinical Care in Mental Health, in summary, in respect to the evidence available and to the religious spiritual beliefs, behaviors, and values of most world's population, it's not only appropriate, but scientific and ethical responsibility to integrate religion and spirituality in clinical care and public health. But the major problem nowadays, as we know, is exactly about training. And because of that, we must have conference like this that we are having now. We are, for example, now organizing also another conference, a bilingual conference, Portuguese and English, about science of spirituality with authors from many different perspectives, from psychology, psychiatry, neuroscience, neurology, to discuss this. In addition, we have a YouTube channel from our research group here with more than 300 videos from people from all over the globe, researchers and clinicians from the best universities around the globe, discussing about the implications of spirituality for science and for clinical care. This channel is also bilingual, English and Portuguese. And also here are my contacts, and we also always disseminate research and clinical implications of spirituality. It has been my pleasure talking to you, and I think we have about 4 minutes for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alexander. I'm as a moderator of that section, and thank you very much for your contribution from Brazil. And it's really a very important theme to be included in our concept of health. Thank you very much. I would like to propose that in these next 5 or some minutes, we could include some questions. We have already in the chat for Dr. Francis and Dr. Jessica. The first question, it's about how to obtain more information about the cellular vibration and possible effects of the sound about the cellular ways and the treatment of cancer and the other affection. Please, Dr. Francis. You are mute, please. We can hear you.
I'm unmuted now, I think. No, thanks for those questions. I've just actually answered them in the chat, but I'm glad to get a chance just to briefly say what I told people. I said there's almost no information on cancer apart from what we've published. And if people email me, and I left my email in the chat, I can send them a copy. And there was another person asking another question, and I said, have we any evidence that we can change things and, just sound? And I said, we've done a study on that, and I can send that as well. The other thing is about, the difference between beneficial sound and destructive sound, and the fact that some modalities can be both. For example, we use ultrasound to destroy kidney stones, where you're destroying the lesion, but it benefits the patient. And then another example of that, I think ultrasound has been used to treat ovarian cancer as well. The trouble is that they're just bombarding cancers with a wide range of frequencies, and they've no real, it's not scientifically based. What you should do is determine the frequencies like we're doing, and then you can apply a frequency that's contradictory to that, and that would be destructive specifically for the cancer cells and preserve the normal tissues around it. That's a long way off, but that's what I see as the future of sound treatment. I think I've had experience of patients who, I had one friend who, he was a doctor and he had advanced pancreatic cancer. It was inoperable, and he went on a retreat with me with with Eckhart Tolle, And he was just exposed to this music, and he comes home and gets a CD and plays it for the next week. And when he goes for his checkup, the cancer has totally disappeared. So sound can clearly be beneficial. So it's a very interesting field. It's just beginning to open up from the science point of view. I think the alternative and complementary practitioners have been aware of this for centuries. But science just seems to think it's something weird and wonderful. There was another question, I'll finish then. There was another question about 5G. And what I replied to that was that when we do our experiments with cells, we do shield them sometimes from electromagnetic radiation, because that's been shown to have an effect on cells and would certainly affect the vibration. We're just doing it as a control for our experiments so that we're eliminating outside noise. But if regular, sort of 120 volts in a regular room can be changing things, then I'm sure 5G is going to be a much more powerful effect. Hope that answers some of those questions.
Thank you. And to Dr. Jessica, there is a question about if you have knowledge about the investigation of biomagnetism in Mexico, like such kind of therapy.
Gracias, doctor. Voy a contestar en español. Pero,
Thank you, doctor. I'm going to answer in Spanish. Yes, there is research, and it's a therapy that can be used in Mexico, but since it's not regulated, it still has, it is not so famous or not important or not so much used. There are research groups at UNAM and CIMESTAD that do frequency analysis in biomagnetism and also with acupuncture. There are some groups working on that. There's a hospital in Mexico called 20 de Noviembre, and there they study this biomagnetic aspect when they place acupuncture needles and how the signal is transmitted. It's not very advanced. It's just to show a certain effect. But I insist, since it's not regulated, it's used, but not much. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Jessica. And to Dr. Alexander, there is a question about literature. Do you have a link for the book that connects spirituality and mental health across culture, or any article that compare in different culture aspect that relationship? You're mute also.
Yes, please. I just include here in the chat the link for the book, so it compiles the best evidence that we have nowadays. How can we integrate this? Also, that the YouTube channel, the TV Newbies, that we coordinate, because in each video there is in the description of the video there are links for further information. In addition, for the website of the World Psychiatric Association section on religion and spirituality also has a lot of materials on this subject.
Thank you very much. I'd like just to mention about your specific field that that in our Brazilian Academic Consortium for Integrative Health, we recently created a committee about mental health and spirituality. It would be good to contact you. And also we are doing a survey about, a worldwide survey about integrative psychiatry. with the group of Israel and the Netherlands. Then everybody that would like to be in contact with that team of spirituality, you can also send the survey. Thank you.
Great.
I think Ryan was not here, the speaker. Then you can conclude the section. Thank you very much for your very important presentations and contributions. Today, it's the day of research, and you collect all data. It's important that you know that this Congress, you promote at the end a declaration of the Americas, engaging several countries, or more than 30 countries engaging in the Congress, and all the recommendations and the experience will be included in that declaration as an idea. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Bye. Gracias.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Ciao.
Goodbye.
What's the next?